Hello. Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Oh. Vim ne wo fomo. Good afternoon. Fantastic. We are just about 10 minutes away from starting. If you are in the hall already, please find a place to sit for us. If you are in the hall already. And for those of you outside, please come in. At exactly 1 p.m., we kickstart the event. So if you are still outside, please come in and sit. And while we wait, we have some of our exhibitors outside and some inside. Gold ball jewelry is here. You can buy a piece of Ghana. If you came with money, please buy. Beautiful jewelries and all of that. Made in Ghana. Made in Ghana. If you came with money, you can go and buy. And we also have the Ghana Medical Trust Fund with their booth there. You can go there, find out a bit more about them, how to access the fund, especially if you have someone in your family suffering from any terminal disease. And we also have the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program, NEIP, with a booth there. If you want to access the Ejumera, you can go there, find out a bit more about them. And there are some other exhibitors outside the hall who are also willing to help. So please, let's take advantage. Thank you. Hello. Hello, good afternoon once again. Good afternoon. If you are outside, the time we've been waiting for is here. So please enter the hall and sit. It's exactly 8 minutes after 1. So we would have to start. For starters, my name is Philip Osai Bunsu. I work with a multimedia group, Asempa FM, and also with the Robert Smith Law Group here in Accra as an associate of the firm. We would begin by committing ourselves to God so God can take charge of the event today. It looks all beautiful, glamorous in this hall, but we need a supernatural power here. Amen. Oh, amen. So without much ado, let's welcome Mr. Edmond Boache Frempong with a round of applause to give us the opening prayer. Mr. Edmond Boache Frempong. He is a man of God. Yes.
Shall we rise and pray? Our Father in heaven, maker of all things, this very afternoon we are grateful for the blessing of the natural resources you're giving to our land. And at this juncture, as we gather to deliberate on the wise and safe use of the things you've given us, we pray that your Holy Spirit will guide our conversations. We pray that the sweet influence of the Holy Spirit will help us come out with the ideas, the wisdom, the knowledge that will help us achieve the best for our nation, for today and for posterity. Bless our nation, Ghana, and help us to make the best and the wisest of decisions, even now and forevermore. In Jesus' mighty name we have prayed with thanksgiving. Amen.
Thank you. So thank you, Mr. Edmond. A round of applause for him once again, please. So we can see the former Speaker of Parliament being ushered into the hall. That's Professor Aaron Michael Quay. Please, we can give him a round of applause. He's now actively involved with the IEA. So he's here on the ticket of the IEA. Former Speaker of Parliament, former Member of Parliament for Dome Kwabenya constituency. And we'll do the formal introduction subsequently. But I also saw my very good friend and my namesake, the administrator of the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, just taking her seat. A round of applause for her, please. Yes. She's a big woman, but I will do the formal introduction subsequently. There are so many VIPs in our midst, so many associations herein represented, and I would introduce some of them. Our friends from the Concerned Small Scale Miners Association are represented by Mr. Michael Pepper. Mike, thank you for coming. A round of applause for him, please. Concerned Small Scale Miners Association. I'm also told we have reps from the law firm I work with, the Robert Smith Law Group, joining us here. If you can give us a wave, please. Oh no, sorry. Yeah, from the Robert Smith Law Group. A very powerful law firm. Thank you guys for coming. And there are some students in our midst as well. Are there students from UPSA here? UPSA. Oh, UPSA. Wow. Thank you. Thank you for coming. That's the University of Professional Studies, Accra. Are there students from the University of Ghana, Legon here? Ghana's only university. Oh, It's a privilege to attend the University of Ghana, Legon. Yeah. It's a big privilege. And it's even more beautiful when you are in Commonwealth Hall as well. Any V-mates in the house? Thank you. So some of our other invited guests are taking their seats. We would introduce them in due course. Thank you. Thank you all for coming. The Chamber of Gold Traders, are you here? The Chamber of Gold Traders? Okay. Wow. And the Small Scale Miners Association, are you here? Okay, please, a round of applause for them. You may rise, the Small Scale Miners Association. Good. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. We are grateful. Let's also acknowledge the staff of the Ghana Medical Trust Fund who accompanied the administrator. Staff of the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, are you here? You can give us a wave. Doc, yeah, thanks so much for coming. And also, yes, and those of you in the booth, thank you. And please, you can, and then you can move to various booths if you want any information. To my right, you have the gold ball jewelry here. Please buy a piece of Ghana before you leave. Charlie, give us a wave. Give us a wave. Fantastic. Gold ball jewelry. Thank you. And also the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program. Please give us a wave from your booth. You can go there as well and find out more about the Ejumera program and some of the other programs they are running. Any moment from now, the chairperson would be ushered into the hall. His Royal Majesty, the Ga Manche, who is president of the Ga Traditional Council as well, will be ushered into the hall. So all the dignitaries here present, please, with all due respect, if you may rise, leave the hall and please come in with His Royal Majesty. Respectfully, all the invited guests, please. Let's do His Royal Majesty the honors. Maybe apart from the former Speaker of Parliament, the rest of us, please, let's step out and usher in the Gamanche. Thank you so much. Let's remain standing, please, and we'll take His Royal Majesty to the various exhibition stands. So please clear the way and let His Royal Majesty come as we approach the various exhibition stands. So the various exhibition officers, please get ready. Yes, so we take His Royal Majesty to the first exhibition stand, which is the gold ball jewelry, and then we move to the others, respectfully. Please let all remain standing. So His Royal Majesty, this is the gold ball jewelry stand, and here are the officers, so they will take you through what they have. Yes.
We have our gold ornaments. We have our gold ornaments. We have the bracelets. We have the earrings. We have necklaces. And so these are all handmade. And these are from our soil, from Ghana Gold Board. And if you can see, these are handmade and a Dinkra symbol made jewelry. Please, if you can come.
So please let the way be cleared so His Royal Majesty can move around.
Over here we have several jewelry. We have the fancy rings. Ken, if you don't mind, I want to try one on your finger to see how it is. Yes.
So all of these are made in Ghana?
Yes, these are made in Ghana. I will take the coffiner, which is a symbol of...
Okay, so you hand it over to him first, yes. Okay.
Thank you very much.
And then,
Okay. Oh, this is so beautiful.
Wow. So this is like how many carats of gold?
This is 18
karat gold. Wow.
Yes.
Pure gold.
We will definitely look at that, and we will come and visit King in his palace. And
Fantastic,
do it properly.
fantastic. Thank you, Gold Ball Jewelry. So we would move to the.
We have the gold tablets.
The gold tablets. Okay.
We have it in 1 gram, 5 grams, 10 grams, and 31 grams as the 1 ounce. These are 24 karat gold from Ghana, and this is usually for investment. It is best for you to buy one for any occasion, for your kids, the family, even for your friends, your boss, or even your colleagues, as a form of gift or any occasion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you buy it and you can keep it,
You can
right?
keep it, yes.
Okay. Okay. The value appreciates over time.
I mean, gold always appreciates.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. So you pay with cash. You take this.
Yes.
And then you can come back if you want to.
Yeah, we have a buyback policy.
Buyback policy. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I want the king to hold it. And
Yes.
do it.
So.
Yes.
Okay.
You're welcome, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Royal Majesty. Thank you. So we do one more stand and then. We do one more stand and then His Royal Majesty will please take his seat. One more stand. This is just to introduce our exhibitors to all of us here gathered, so you know what Gold Ball Jewelry has on offer.
Strong Machine Company Limited, we deal in tipper trucks, Shackman tipper trucks, and then also SDLG, wheel loaders, excavators, flatbeds, all from China. We are located on the Tamamoto Way.
Exhibitor, speak aloud a bit. Speak aloud.
All right.
Yeah.
So as I said earlier, this Strong Machine Company Limited, we are located on the Accra Tamamoto Way. We deal in Shackman trucks, SDLG, and then LGMG, SCMG, as you can see. So you're welcome once again. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. So His Royal Majesty will respectfully take his seat. And let me acknowledge that there are other booths here, NEIP and Ghana Medical Trust Fund. So a big thank you to His Royal Majesty, the Garment Chair. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you so much. So to the Ghana Medical Trust Fund booth and the NEIP booth, you are not left out, please. Before His Royal Majesty leaves, would plead with him to also visit your stand so we can give you the necessary leverage you need. Thank you so much. And with our chairperson seated, I believe we can now officially begin the National Mining Dialogue for the year 2026. So you are privileged to be here at the maiden edition of this amazing event. Let me announce that we are live on Joy News, on the multi-TV decoder, and also at Dom TV on the multi-TV decoder as well. And everything we're doing here is live on Asempa 94.7 FM. By this time on a normal day, I should be preparing to go on air to host Ekosi So today we are hosting Ekosi from the Kempiski Gold Coast Hotel. I think it's better for you to give all of us a round of applause, please. Thank you so much. And as you may be aware, we've put together some amazing speakers to deal with the topic and why we are all gathered here. Later on at this event, we'll get to hear from a rep from the Minerals Commission of Ghana. They are the regulators of the space. We'll hear from the CEO of the Ghana Gold Board, who will take us through some of the transformational things they are doing to regulate the artisanal and small-scale mining sector. We would hear from the administrator of the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, who will tell us a bit more about what the fund is doing, what they've done already, and what they are about doing. And it will be a very interesting presentation you don't want to miss. We'll get to hear from the Minerals Income Investment Fund, MIF, and what they are also doing. In this big mining ecosystem, journalists play a very critical role in this ecosystem. So the president of all journalists in Ghana is also here present, and we'll get to hear from him as well. And then we'll do our panel discussions. So we'll do 2 panel discussions today. And some of our panelists, amazing. They come with varying degrees of experiences in this sector to share some nuggets with us on the topic. So before I start with all the introductions, let's get to hear from our chairperson, because the chairperson has taken his seat, and we would have to hear from him before we do any other thing. So I would read a short profile on our chairperson, and then I would introduce him officially to deliver the chairperson's remarks. Our chairperson, as I said earlier, is the Ga Manche. He was born Kelvin Ni Taki Abia. If you are Kelvin here, let me see, by anybody called Kelvin? Oh, I have one here. You are privileged to share the same name with a Ga Manche. Any other Kelvin? Hey, just one Kelvin. So you'll be noticed, sorry, maybe this will be your day to shine. The Ga Manche may have a word or two with you. Oh, okay. Thank you. Wow. Where are you from, Kelvin? Kolebu. So you are a Ga? You are? Oh, okay, okay. But not to worry. I mean, by that coincidence of name, who knows? The Ga Manche may have a word or two with you. So, Kevin Ni Taki Abia was born on the 2nd of August, 1971. He is the Ga Manche of the Ga State. Installed on the 9th of May, 2020. King Taki Teiko Chru II is his name, and he was born to Dr. Ebenezer Ni Ama Taki. He had a secondary education at Ghana Secondary School in Koforidia. That's Ghana's Koforidia. Any Ghana's old student here? Hey. Aha. Yeah, there is one at the back. Ghana's old student. Which year did you complete? 2011. Oh, okay. So a latter day graduate of Ghana's. Any other Ghana's old student here? So King Taki Teikochu is an old student of Ghana Secondary School in Koforidia. He holds a Bachelor of Arts and an MBA from from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, KNUST. How I wish it was Legon. He also holds a PhD from the University of California. The University of California. He is also the president of the Ghana Traditional Council. In October 2025, he pledged to support the Musicians Union of Ghana as they marked their Golden Jubilee. He began his career as a researcher and assistant director at the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. He was also the founder of Kida Production Limited, while serving as a resource person and advisor to the Liberal Studies Department of the Kumasi Technical University and a lecturer at KNUST. And, okay, that's an interesting information about our dear Gamanche. Is the former independent candidate Jacob Osei-Yeboah in the house? Jacob Osei-Yeboah. Oh, wow. A round of applause for him, please. Jacob Osei-Yeboah, former independent candidate. And for those of you who may not know, the Gamanche had a stint at politics as well. Served as the running mate to Jacob. So that's another beautiful aspect of our dear Gamanche. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause and possibly a standing ovation, let's welcome our chairperson for the National Mining Dialogue 2026, Kim Taki Taikuchu II.
Now, okay, kote ke nile no mo fe mo ehwe. Amen. Rewo ni gbogbe. Hu mi bi ke amu amenoko. Nile ya di yo ke ha me. Ga fe manche unaya.
Ago chemeka nyame. Alago bialago. Abiasuma. Shibami. Fobiam. Ago chemeka nyame. Akago ni mekaname. Akago.
Ago ni mekaname. Ago Chemekenyame. Mi Hanyafe Afi.
Afi Abanao.
Afina Yani Ivanina Wo. Nyefia mo ni panyo aninanye.
Yeah.
Nye yagbo na.
Yeah.
Alon te dinko akafetenya kenya simolo ate.
Yeah.
Nye jebue nye jenu.
Swampa.
Nye yeko nye nuwe nye koja no ajonye.
Mo.
Shi ajoni mle akwen anye. Ekpa jinfen nya glafine eba shwe nye didona.
Yeah.
Atrape nye no akahimle. Shi droma fa akeke yesa na no he.
Yeah.
Wagahi nehi hanye ho.
Nagai.
Wagan shere ni nya hunya shere.
Nagai.
Enuchumoy ashere ni manyeli afe nye no.
Yeah.
Afine wonjo
Yeah.
adronye.
Yeah.
Nangoka kinye yakata. Tano manyaba.
Yeah. Yasuma.
Nyeba Ken, Dr. Julius Deborah, Chief of Staff of the Republic of Ghana, our special guest. Honorable Ministers of State present. Honorable Sami Jamefi, Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Gold Board. Honorable Ajua Bobia Dakon Upoku, Administrator of the Ghana Medical Fund. Leadership of the Ghana Chamber of Mines, our small-scale miners and gold buyers, development partners, the leadership of Cements DS Group Limited, distinguished guests, friends of the media, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to chair the National Mining Dialogue. And I want to welcome you to a conversation that goes beyond the hearts of Ghana's relationship with its land, with its natural resources, and with its people. The responsibility, or my responsibility as Gamanche and custodian of the land, carries with it a certain understanding that land is more than an economic asset. It is our inheritance, our source of food and livelihood, the home of our communities, and the foundation upon which generations have built and will continue to build their lives. Now, before a license is issued, a concession granted, the first ounce of gold is taken from the earth. There is land. And long after the mining companies, the machinery, the trucks have departed, the land, its people will remain and must be reclaimed. Say must be reclaimed.
Must be reclaimed.
The awareness of that truth must guide our deliberations today. The theme of today's dialogue, mining local content and the catchment compact, rethinking of the social license to operate, is both timely and necessary. I wish to reflect briefly on the theme, social license. It is not a legal document. It cannot be granted by a minister or a commission. Rather, it is quietly and continuously conferred by the chiefs, queen mothers, young people in communities, farmers of communities, and those whose land mining takes place. Like any license, it can be withdrawn. Say it can be withdrawn. That is why the presence here of regulators, of large-scale operators, of small miners, gold buyers, and traditional authorities make this meeting very, very important. Ekosi is saying, are you there? You are there. For generations, our stools and skins have held land in trust. for those who have left us and for those living today, as well as those who will come after us. The reality is that we are temporal custodians of something that will outlive us soon. When a concession is granted, when a pit is dug, when a river is diverted, we are dealing with something far greater than a commercial transaction. We are placing a generational inheritance into the hands of those who have been permitted to mine these lands or to benefit from it. And with that permission must come responsibility. Say responsibility.
Responsibility.
Properly managed mining can build roads, build hospitals, build schools, build health centers, and provide clean drinking water. It can also support schools, hospitals. It can also support scholarships, vocational training. It can create skills for young enterprising people, opportunities for local contractors, transport operators, engineers, artisans, and many businesses. Today, we examine two great reform efforts. The first concerns the obligation of our large-scale operators. The local content, the local participation rules that ask them to hire our people, train our people, buy from our people, and to let corporate social responsibility be a measured, variable commitment rather than a gesture of convenience. Honorable Sami Jemfi will present a new session or season of reforms for small-scale mining, formalization, traceability, and an orderly, transparent market for the purchase and sale of our gold in Ghana. I'm told that this dialogue will also examine how large-scale mines contribute gold into the National Reserve, and how much of every dollar earned truly remains within our borders in taxes, in local ownership, in wages, processing done here rather than elsewhere. These are not technical matters for economists alone. They are the modern form of an old question our ancestors always ask a stranger. Granted the use of the land, what have you brought? Minukeba. And what are you leaving behind? Minushiyohawo. These are the two questions. Ni abio da bifembi. At the end of the day, a mine will eventually close, but the community must not close with it. We cannot dig for today's future in a manner that buries tomorrow's future. We cannot dig for today's wealth in a matter or in a manner that buries tomorrow's future. We cannot dig for today's wealth in a manner that buries tomorrow's future. Are we making meaning out of it? We should not, or we cannot dig for today's wealth in a matter that buries tomorrow's future. Generations and generations after we are gone will come to suffer. At the close of these deliberations, we will be asked to adopt a catchment charter, a compact between industry and host communities. I welcome this as chairperson, and I will encourage that you do not treat this as just as a paper. Let us agree here, report upon it, return edition after edition across the airwaves and boardrooms until the promise we make here on reclamation of our land in this hall is honored and this honor kept. Mining will continue in Ghana as long as the earth beneath us holds what the world needs. The question this conference must answer is not whether mining continues, but whose terms and whose benefit if it continues. Our ancestors entrusted this land to us to hold only for a season, and one day we must hand it over. When that day comes, may we be able to say that we used the wealth beneath our feet without destroying the inheritance above it. That the gold taken from Ghanaian soil helped to create prosperity in the Ghanaian economy. And that communities which carry the burden of mining receive the fair share of its promise. That to me is a social license that truly matters, unless you disagree with me. On behalf of the Ghana State, I welcome you all. I commend the organizers for this timely gathering. I declare the National Mining Dialogue 2026 duly in session. Yeah. May our deliberations here bear fruit for Ghana and for every catchment community represented in this room. Chanu Manyaba.
Yeah,
Thank you very much, Your Royal Majesty. A round of applause once again for him, please. That was the right tonic we needed to kickstart this event. Thank you so much, and God bless you. So now that the way is cleared for us to proceed with this event, we will pick some other addresses from our very important personalities herein gathered. But before I introduce the next speaker, let me introduce to you my colleague, my senior colleague actually, Mr. Benjamin Asante Dako, popularly known as Omaihene Kwabena Asante. A round of applause for him, please. He's a big man. Yes. Good. So Omaihene Kwabena Asante is my colleague at the multimedia group. By this time we would be on air bringing you the Ekusi Essential, especially the Mehiasem segment. So he would put in a word or two, and then I would introduce the other very important personalities. And because we are live on radio on Asempa FM, as much as we can, we would do what we call code mixing. So I studied linguistics at Legon, and code mixing and code switching. For every linguistic student, you would be aware of that. As much as possible. Thank you. Oman Akwaba.
Well, minti them is already code Jenny in Yepa because na bro for the King, Your Majesty, I'm stepping on your protocol and I'm observing every relevant personality here. Inti Madaroma, I think this conversation, the passion for the two of us, wherever we find ourselves, very, very important to us. It has come to a point where the conclusion is that we've looked on and it's like we are helpless. But I thank the king of our time. There are a lot of transformation, Eba, Ghana, and in particular Accra, that there's hope if you listen to his opening remarks. I want to say, seeing my colleague here, Shamima Muslim, that he's closer to the president. By the time we are done with this conversation, it's not going to be the usual. We are putting it in the shelves, and then plans are far advanced. Where we've gotten to, we should highlight more on the positives of mining and tackle it well when it comes to the defects of mining. The good news is that ubiye ni hwa utia eye efome gudi yetu. What we all stand against is yetua ibetunuwo ne kwanso. So there are a lot of positives AC in the mining sector, but normally we highlight the negatives. It's a combination of the two this afternoon. My very hope and belief is that by the close of this gathering, we will see more of the positives, and those defects now will action it, and then we'll limit or minimize the challenges that we have. We have one country called Ghana. It's our beloved country. So I pray and hope that we'll do our contributions right, we'll get our thoughts right, and then the policies that we formulate here will activate it, and it will be in the interest of Mother Ghana. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. And before Omaihene leaves the stage, let me also welcome my other colleague, Ekwia Boatsoa Yadom. A round of applause for Ekwia Boatsoa Yadom, please. He's also one of our senior broadcast journalists.
Am I seeing our president, the GJ president?
Yeah, the president is here.
Oh, Mr. President, the former Deputy Minister Lance, right?
Yes. So that's Ekwia Boatsoa Yadom. A round of applause for her, please. She is a powerful voice on radio.
Obi, Mr. Am I seeing Professor Okoye there?
Yes.
Oh, we are blessed. A lot of wisdom.
The former Speaker of Parliament. Thank you so much for coming.
Hey, Mikro meet here. Oh, wow. Chief Executive, thank you for your presence. Thank you so much.
That's Mr. Eric Ejay.
And this one, Ubiani, but let me break it here.
Yes.
Oh, no, show me Radio Gold.
Oh, okay.
It's a comedy one.
Okay.
You take it. I'm happy to see one of the people through our brassier and then any addition. What me write it to where Wabedi. Until I call her Madame Obobia, Auntie Obie. Good to see you.
Yeah, round of applause for Obobia.
Thank you so much for your presence.
Sure.
A quick saying, you could see saying that here, and Chaye didn't be free. Be able
Adom. Omai Sanye Uguso Kano. Yema Ohine and Impenifo Benina Kwaba na Asedaso. And yede Emma if you say Yen ye dikaini ya said media yedi. A bibia sanya tun suffering penning for na obi omobano enwanwa. And this year so ushed them has say bipo nya baby ntina. Ntinie can say ye chua na mono na mam wayen the support na ma. We are so grateful to Empenumfo and Nayaton Safre Moamaba, Mahuse, Nananomuta Yechi, Amanyofor Yechi, students cry womb. It's in ye nature say, or my trabe bia, ye can say ye tunsa simusa dieno, ye bejamen chima. It's in Penifo when you muka home, Yenuan Kumaka home, ye dobi biase, ye say ye mediano, near to me a sipo a woman. Now, former Deputy Minister, say, oh no, Tapan Swahili. It's all my minister, ye enche, ye keja gumna, baby, I was here, did you know? Yes, me, Eddie.
What are my name here? A brain quane, but me introduce you the last person.
Yes.
Nafi, 12 June.
That's fine.
Well, no one home to ye. What you radio so to say, Namia de Mobeka and Sawa. I mean, ye. Pacho, Abuna Pokria, I mean, yes. Bonsam,
so please a round of applause for her. Some of the powerful female voices on radio.
Abuna Pokria,
Befe Nimha.
Yeah.
For light, Nassisa.
Crony this year. I'll find the crew in Niagara, Eastern region, who are Canada. Abuna, yeah,
can be chair.
Medase na Omanhene na obi na ebiwai we de se de modikan aka no ye bedam penyefo ase se ye tonsa efre omomde omani munyam abeta yechi unse ewe ya na mene obi kasa ewo TV news so no kaso aha ye madada na no kro ni be ba ma hu se o kaso oja me seat wa bible so bi afa enso ni nyina aye enti no okay eni no man tina me nchen o se entina se enti do obi bia se na nanom ne amanyofo mpanyifo ahodo a o ma bedru ha no mo do se ye ka efoma godie to ho asemache ena ye ka galamse no wan nsunsanso no enye de yenyina ye pe enti se ne kita wode ne be wie peye na yenya no yie ene anoso a meji di se no ane nyina ye hwehwe medase.
Wow, I think the stage is now set. My microphone about here. Into the stage is now set. Mate minuanumi enka senye ena anke we radio so and we want to give you a feel of what we do on radio every weekday. So those are the powerful voices you hear. Ebia unhu omo enim that omai hene kwabna asante. He hosts Jason Semon Adom FM, and that's his co-host, Abda Pukia Ahene. I host Ekosise on Asempa, and Ekia Buachwai Adom is also my co-host, together with Omai Hene Kwabna Asante on Ekosise. So that's the faces behind the voices you hear. Thank you so much. We would have to move on quickly and pick the speeches, and then we'll come back in due course. So we share our opinions on what we hear. Thank you so much, and thank you to my colleagues. God bless you. God bless you so much. So would make progress. Would make progress and pick the speeches. The first speech we would pick now would be the speech of the Deputy Minister in charge of lands and natural resources, and he is representing the minister in charge of the sector. Very, very important conversation, and he decided to join us. You know, there is a cabinet meeting currently underway, and that the minister himself couldn't make it. So Honorable Alhaji Yusuf Sulemana also doubles as MP for Bole Bamboy. A round of applause for him, please.
Okay. I think I'm tall enough to fit in. The chairperson, Your Royal Highness, the Government Chair, who is also the president of the Ga Traditional Council. Very handsome. As I sit there and I watch him, I was asking myself, these beautiful women who are here, what was going through our minds? We are privileged to have you here to chair this very important function for us. I want to acknowledge the representative of the Chief of Staff, who is the guest of honor for this program. We have in our midst very important traditional authorities, and I want to acknowledge their presence. We have my own father, the former Speaker of Parliament, Professor Michael Kwe. I remember one time I stood up on the floor of Parliament for a very long time, and he wouldn't turn to look at my side because he knew that I was going to cause some mischief. We are happy to have you here. We have in our midst the administrator of the Ghana Medical Care Trust Fund. We have other CEOs who are here. Of course, my good friend, the former Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, is here with us. Representatives of our regulatory institutions, the representative of the Ghana Chamber of Mines, the GA president is here. We have representatives from the Small Scale Mining Association, of course, very important, the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my boss, Honorable Emmanuel Amakufubua, would have wished to be here in person. But just as we were told, another very important assignment has taken him somewhere, and so he's asked me to represent him. It is a pleasure to join this year's National Mining Stakeholders Conference 2026, under the theme Local Content, CSR, and the Catchment Compact, rethinking the social license to operate. Let me first congratulate the organizers of this very important program for choosing a topic that resonates the everyday experiences of the industry players and people living in our various mining communities. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that conversations on mining in Ghana often span production, investment, revenue, exports, and the other contributions that the mining sector contributes to our economy at the expense of the direct benefits and connections to the mining communities. For the people living in these mining communities, the question often is much simpler than we thought. They always want to ask, how do mining activities benefit us? It is for this reason that I think that the discussion on local content and the catchment compact is so very important. Our chairperson, local content should not simply count the number of Ghanaians employed, but rather look beyond the payroll of these mining companies. More specifically, the following are valid questions that needs to be asked. One, another question to ask is that, are young people acquiring skills that will remain useful even after a particular mining operation has changed or closed? Then we also want to ask, are we transferring technology and knowledge, and how much of the value created by mining companies remain in this country after they had exited? These are the questions that will help us assess the strides made in promoting local content. The Minerals Commission, in advancing the local content, has, one, developed a mining local content and local procurement policy framework that prioritizes Ghanaian participation. Two, they have also created a more structured basis for Ghanaian businesses to participate in the mining value chain. Minerals Commission has also institutionalized the annual local content summit held annually, and the last time we held this was in February 2026 this year, and this was to encourage, showcase, promote, and strengthen local businesses here in Ghana. And then they also increased Ghanaian participation and in-country value in the mining sector. As I speak to you, we have some policy reforms and some other legislative reforms that we have laid before Parliament for consideration to strengthen local content that we are talking about today. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, aside promoting local content, another important approach is the Catchment Compact, which we are supposed to be dialoguing on at this platform. The strength of this idea is that mining does not happen in isolation. A mine operates within a community with varied stakeholders. The benefit communities derived from mine operations cannot be limited to occasional meetings from mine operations and other stakeholders. What is important is that we should not sit down and allow companies to decide what they do in a form of CSR, but there should be a strategy to ensure that it becomes an obligatory on the part of these companies in order that they respond to the needs of the people. And I was just citing an example when I was talking to my colleague. A situation where, in a form of a social responsibility to a community, you have a tennis court being built. And this tennis court is described as a corporate social intervention. I think that we need to move away from those interventions and touch the needs of the people. We need to involve the people when we are identifying these projects that we want to do for them. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Catchment Compact provides a platform to bring these different stakeholders around a common understanding of what needs to be achieved with a practicable conversation. And that's just what I've just spoken about. A young entrepreneur in Takwa, or Boase, Prestia, or other mining communities can look at the mining industry and see a pathway for building businesses and acquiring skills. And so the focus is that much as we partner foreigners to do business here, we must be strategic in ensuring that they're able to transfer skills to the local people so that even when they are not here, we are able to use the local people and do whatever we're supposed to do for the benefit of the people. I want to digress small. I was in my constituency yesterday and I announced to them that I'm going to set up an educational trust fund personally, and this trust fund is going to train people in the mining sector specifically. Why do I say so? If you go to my area, we have huge deposits of ore, and so many companies are going in there. Yes, we will ask them to employ our people. If they come and the people do not have the skills, you cannot compel them to employ them. So it behoves on us, the stakeholders, to train our people, to give them the requisite skills and knowledge, so that when these companies come, they are able to absorb them. When we do that, then the local content that we talk about will become more meaningful. Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Chairman, the next issue has to do with social license to operate. Social license to operate is not something government can issue with a stamp, neither is it something a company can purchase with additional funds. And our king just said it here. It is not something that a government can issue. Government can issue the certificate to go and mine, but if you don't have the social contract, forget it. You go and the resistance alone, you can't match it. And as I speak to you, we have so many companies that are faced with these problems. And from here, I'm going to chair a meeting that has to do with resolving some of these issues. So it's real that you cannot rely on only the license that you get from Minerals Commission, the license you get from EPA, but you must also earn the social contract to be able to do whatever you want to do as a miner. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is also important for me to mention that in all this, it is very vital to respect our traditional rulers. The land belongs to them, and even though the law allows us to take what is beneath there, and that it is the president that holds it in trust, you cannot have the pass to that land if you don't respect our chiefs. And so I call on miners, whether small scale, whether large scale, to respect our traditional authorities in order that you'll be able to get the social license that you require to be able to work. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my hope that at the end of this conference, we will commit ourselves to the following. 1, build the capacity of Ghanaian businesses to make local procurement a stronger and a very strategic developmental tool. 2, we will make a deliberate attempt to prioritize skills development. And then 3, commit to implement development projects that are climate resilient and that are timely and sustainable. We talk about mining, And what is very important also to talk about is the environment. What are the strategies? What are the skills? What are the technologies we use in mining? If we don't get the right technology, we destroy the environment. And it's difficult these days when you ask a miner to reclaim. And so, yes, whilst we encourage them to reclaim, we must also get the appropriate technology to be able to mine responsibly. We need to also foster environmental protection even as we seek economic development. There is a balance that we have to strike in between our environment and the resources that we have there. We shouldn't focus on only the resources. We want to extract the ore at the expense of the environment that we have. And I think that this conversation should also be treated in a manner that we are able to make a headway in how we do mining and also ensure that our environment is not damaged. I also expect that we promote inclusivity by covering all stakeholders and groupings. And I'm happy to hear, as he was introducing those who are here, that almost everybody who matter is here. When we all come together and take a decision, we all own it. We all would then be ready to implement it. And we at the ministry are ready for your suggestions, for your input. And this government is a listening government. The president is a listening president. And my minister, the hard-working minister, will always listen to you. We take such platforms very, very important. Governance is not about a few people. It's about all of us working together. And we think that once you are here today, at the end of the day, whatever policies that you come out with, we will absorb them and my minister will run with them. In order that we are able to have an environment in which we are able to benefit, take the maximum benefit from the natural resources that we are bequeathed with. Mr. Chairperson, if we approach local content and catchment compact with sincerity, with accountability, and with the willingness to collaborate, we can build a mining sector that is not only productive, but trusted. Let this conference, therefore, be a place where we can move from good intentions to clear commitments, and from commitments to results. I think, again, you said it. I mean, it was your colleague who said it. We come for conferences, we come for programs like this, very laudable ideas, very good suggestions. But when we leave here, we shelve it. And then we go back to the very things that we were doing. It is our expectation that whatever decisions you take here, you will transcribe these decisions to the ministry, and the ministry can run with it. If we don't do that, then this whole platform, this whole exercise we are doing will not give us the maximum benefit that we want. And so the people of Ghana deserves nothing else. We deserve a consultative platform like this, and we will run with the ideas that you bring on board. On this note, let me thank you and wish every one of you here a fruitful deliberation. Long live Ghana and long live everybody who is here. God bless you.
Thank you so much to the Deputy Minister of Lands and Natural Resources. He's also the President's MP, and he's the Member of Parliament for Bole Bamboy constituency. A round of applause once again for him, please. Thank you so much. For those at the back, can you give me a wave? Yes. I hope you are following everything so far. Thank you. Thank you so much. We would introduce some very important personalities here, and then we would pick our next speech. The Chief Technical Officer and Head of Operations for the Minerals Income Investment Fund, Kwabena Banin, is here. Kwabena, thank you. Thank you for coming. A round of applause for him. He is here representing the MIF CEO. We also have a member of the Council of State, His Excellency Abuba Saka here. Thank you for coming. Thank you so much. He's a member of the Council of State. Let me also say a big welcome to the Member of Parliament for Dwaben in the Ashanti region, Francis Owusu-Achao. A round of applause for him. Yes. And you may have heard the presence of the former MP for Takwan Swayim, former Deputy Minister, Land and Natural Resources, the Honorable Mrekuduka Esquire. Yes, Honorable Mrekuduka Esquire is here. We also have the Chief Executive Officer of the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program, Lawyer Eric Ejei. Good. Thanks for coming. We also have here joining us, and he will be speaking to us in a moment, the President of the Ghana Journalist Association here with us, Albert Jumfo. Yes. He's our president. He's also the president's president. Thank you for coming. When you move all the way to Takwa in Swayim, you know, there are several mining companies in Takwa, and the mining companies operate on a land belonging to a stool. That stool is the Apinto Divisional Stool. The Jasehine and administrator of the Apinto Divisional Stool is here with us, Dr. Nana Kwao Adakwa Bediakon the third. Nana Onkwaso Yedase. Thanks so much for coming. And you know, the 100% of the concession of Goldfields Takwa is on the Apinto Stool land. 100%. And I think 90% of manganese, right? Anglo Gold is also on Apinto Stool land. In the Apinto Akunya Nenya Kunya Ketwa, when they say they don't Nana, thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming. We also have with us here the President of the Concerned Small Scale Miners Association. I introduced him earlier, Michael Pepra. Michael, thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming. And you may have heard of the presence of our senior colleague and the deputy spokesperson of the President of the Republic, who is coincidentally our next speaker. She is here representing the Honorable Chief of Staff to the President, Dr. Julius Deborah. A round of applause. Let's welcome Shamima Muslim. Please, you can do it better. You can do it better.
Very well. This one took me by surprise. I was waiting towards the end. I didn't realize I was coming up so soon. But anyway, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. It's very difficult to be asked by your boss to represent him at auspicious programs like this, because often you are not sure how to represent the speech in the voice and persona of your boss whilst maintaining your own voice and persona. So if I misrepresent my boss, the Honorable Julius Deborah, please, that is my mistake. So good afternoon once again, and it is a very distinguished honor to be doing this presentation. Chairperson, His Royal Majesty King Taki Teiko Churu II Gamanche, representatives of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, the Minerals Commission, and the Ghana Gold Board, who has been in the news for all the good reasons. When you're doing good, you catch the attention of those who matter. So, to the Gold Board CEO, and all the hard-working workers and staff of CEO keep doing good and ensure that Muchi Enguho. Leadership of the Ghana Chamber of Mines, mining companies, small-scale miners, licensed gold buyers, and service providers who are all here. And did I mention our beautiful Nananom and our Queen Mothers who are all beautifully clad in our traditional attire. Also to representatives of the various district assemblies and host communities who are here, leadership of Semis DS Group, Multimedia Group, Ecosystem, and Asempa, civil society organizations, academia, and my colleagues in the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and all citizens who are joining us by radio, television, digital platforms at home and across the diaspora. I bring you very warm greetings from His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, as well as his Chief of Staff, Dr. Julius Debra, who would have loved to be here and was actually in readiness to be here, but for a cabinet meeting that is ongoing as we speak. Good afternoon. Minerals are finite. Human ingenuity is not. Thus, the true measure of mining in all of its forms is not simply what we take from the ground, it is what remains in the lives of the people who live above it. If gold leaves a community year after year, but clean water, decent roads, jobs, and opportunity do not arrive, something is wrong with the bargain. The national figures may look impressive. The experience in the catchment area would tell a different story. And that is why this dialogue matters. And that is why we must give a round of applause to Asempa for leading this charge. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Gone are the days when the media were just purveyors of the news, he said, she said. Today that story is different. The media are contributing to thought leadership and are creating platforms like this to amplify national discourse to all our collective benefits. President John Dramani Mahama's conviction is simple. Ghana's natural wealth must improve the lives of Ghanaians. And I commend Semis DS Group, the Multimedia Group, Ecosystem, and Asempa for convening this platform that brings government, regulators, industry, small-scale miners, traditional leaders, and host communities to one viable table. This is a difficult conversation, and it belongs at a table wide enough for every affected voice. Mining remains one of the pillars of our economy. It provides foreign exchange, public revenue, employment, and business opportunities. In fact, mining is one of the oldest professions and industries globally. Ghana values the contribution of responsible investors, operators, and workers. Yet, a social license is not issued once in Accra and kept forever. It is granted by communities whose land, whose water, whose homes and livelihoods carry the industry's footprint. And it is renewed every day through trust. Now, trust grows when benefits are visible and verifiable, where local jobs are countable, contracts for Ghanaian businesses, skills, fair compensation, protected land and water, and community investments, all shaped with the people themselves. Government's position remains clear. Local content is a legal and economic obligation. It is not and must not be perceived as an act of charity. Corporate social responsibility matters. We welcome clinics, scholarships, roads, and community programs, but CSR cannot replace compliance with local content and local participation requirements. A donation cannot answer for procurement that excludes capable Ghanaian firms, create limited pathways for local workers, or undertakings that communities cannot verify and perhaps do not even want. Operators, therefore, must plan, report, demonstrate progress in employment, procurement, training, knowledge transfer, and Ghanaian participation. What is promised must be measurable. What is measured must be open to scrutiny. That is how local content becomes local prosperity. And that's how businesses become sustainable. And that is how government also recognizes they too must seek a social license to continue to govern the people rightly. Honesty also requires us to acknowledge unresolved grievances, including environmental damage, displacement, and land use conflicts. Government remains committed to lawful, responsible mining and effective enforcement. Each matter must be handled fairly, on evidence, and through the proper institutions. We cannot protect livelihoods while protecting our land and water. Ghana, I beg your pardon, we can actually protect livelihoods while protecting our land and water resources. Ghana should never be forced to choose between the two. The same balance must guide the formalization of small-scale mining. Government supports the Ghana Gold Board's work to strengthen traceability and create a regulated, transparent framework for the purpose of the purchase and sale of artisanal and small-scale gold. We heard that Ghana is now the 6th largest gold-producing country in the entire world. Yes, we may applaud, but that also brings us huge responsibility to look like the 6th largest gold-producing nation of the world. This will protect the integrity of our gold supply chain and help Ghana retain more value as we should. But formalization must not become a wall against vulnerability and security from opaque markets to fair markets, and from unsafe practices to responsible livelihoods. The artisanal miner should hear reform as an invitation to operate safely, lawfully, profitably. The public will judge our mining economy by two linked results: stronger national reserves and greater value retained in Ghana. Through the domestic gold purchase program and the gold board reform agenda, our gold should support monetary stability, gains which are tangible, which are transparent, which we are all feeling every day. And that is not a loss. It should also appear in Ghanaian payrolls, suppliers, taxes, royalties, enterprises, and stronger mining communities. Obuasi should look like gold. Progress on one side cannot excuse failure on the other. A Cashman Compact means every party accepts a duty. Government must provide clear rules and fair enforcement. Operators must honor the law, must steward community benefits transparently. Communities must be heard and remain engaged. Civil society and the media must keep, therefore, asking the hard questions without let or hindrance. I therefore welcome the proposed conference communique and the Cashman Charter. Let them be more than ceremonial documents. Let them state who will do what, when, and how progress will be measured and reported. Commitment should be realistic, measurable, time-bound, and public. That is how trust is built and rebuilt where it is broken. My years, and this is Chiefs speaking, my years in public service have taught me that good intentions alone do not improve lives. Delivery does. As Chief of Staff, not me, Dr. Julius Debra, I am privileged to help translate President Mohammed's vision into results people can see and feel. Government will listen, will coordinate, and will insist on accountability. It is not an easy journey, we recognize, but the commitment is real at the highest level. We ask the same seriousness of every partner. Let this dialogue mark a better relationship between mining and the communities that host it. One built on respect, responsibility, and shared benefit. Years from now, let it be said that Ghana did more than export gold. We used it wisely, or that we were a generation that captured the real value from our natural resources, that we strengthened our reserves, that we protected our water bodies whilst doing that, and that we built sustainable Ghanaian enterprises that will stand the test of time, that we protected our land also, above all, that we held corporates accountable for their misdeeds towards our shared heritage, that the wealth beneath our soil improved the lives of the people upon it. May our gold and all our other natural resources build a stronger, resilient Ghana, and may its first and clearest shine be seen in the communities that bear the weight of its extraction. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Congratulations to the organizers of this program, and may God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Shamima Muslim. You can do it better for her, please. She's here representing the Chief of Staff to the President of the Republic. She is herself Deputy Spokesperson to His Excellency the President of our Republic. I was just told there are students who came all the way from Tamale to attend this national dialogue. Students from the University of Development Studies, Tamale. If you are here, let me see you by hand, please. Okay, so they are at the back. Thank you so much for coming all the way from Tamale. Thank you. Thank you so much. for being part of this amazing event. Let me announce that we are live on Joy News on Multi TV and Adum TV on Multi TV and on all our social media handles. If you log on to YouTube now, subscribe to Asempa FM, you can watch this event live. Same for Joy News on YouTube and then on Facebook. You can watch this event live. I'm told we are also streaming live on the Gold Board pages on Facebook and on YouTube as well. So you can join on any of these platforms and get to watch us live. Very, very, very important. There is a team that accompanied the Garmanches. So the team from the Garmanches office, if you are here, please, you can give us a wave. Nananom from, okay, thank you. Thank you so much for coming and God bless you. I just saw the MD for Gold Board Jewelry working in MFA. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, MFA, for coming. The Managing Director for Gold Board Jewelry. MFA Sorena Omuhu Kakre. Yeah, so that's the MD for Gold Board Jewelry. Yes. So still up would have a speech. So many speeches that would speak to the topic we are here discussing, and we would have panel discussions as well. So we would be having a presentation from, for example, the Ghana Medical Trust Fund. We get to take you through a journey on what they've done so far, what they are doing, and what they are about to do. The Gold Board CEO would also be here to present on some of the landmark initiatives they are implementing to sanitize the artisanal and small-scale mining sector. So Lawyer Sami Jemfi would be here speaking to us. And then some of our panelists are already seated. But before and the Minerals Commission would also be presenting. I spoke about this event and I said the large-scale mining companies have responsibilities. One of them is to strictly comply with the local content regulations. How many of us know in this room that this country has passed a local content regulation? If you know, let me see by hand. Local content regulation. Wow. Okay. So this local content regulation is what states how many Ghanaians large-scale mining companies would have to employ. It states which contract can be given to foreigners and to local companies. The Minerals Commission will tell us how well the large-scale mining companies are complying with this policy. And also, you may have heard of social license. Mining companies get their social license through how well they touch their host communities. And they do that through corporate social responsibility project. So we would delve a bit more into that and know how well these companies are doing relative to their CSR project. Very, very important. But before I pick the speech from the Minerals Commission, let's get to hear from our president. When I say our president, I mean president of the Ghana Journalist Association. You are aware the yeoman's job journalists in this country have done and are continuing to do to help in sanitizing our mining space. So without wasting much time, let me welcome the president of the Ghana Journalist Association, Albert Kwabena Jomfo. Oh, please, you can do it better for him. He is a big man, the president's president, to deliver his short address. Mr. President, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Obi, and your able team. I must admit that in recent years, Kosi Sen is the first political show host or a political program to host such a national dialogue or event. And we must commend you and your team for putting such together. Usually what we see is that journalists would want to stay within their domain and discharge their constitutional mandate. But you have thought outside the box, and want to commend you for putting this dialogue together. New chairman, His Royal Majesty King Taki Teku Chu II, Government Chair and the President of the Ghana Traditional Council. Representative of the Chief of Staff, my own dearest sister, Shamima, acknowledge your presence. The CEO of the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, the former Speaker of Parliament, Professor Mike Okoye, acknowledge your presence, Speaker. The former Deputy Minister of Mines, of Lands, my holy brother, Honorable Mekuduka, the General Secretary of the Pinto Divisional Council, all protocols duly established. It is a pleasure to join you for this important national conversation on the future of mining in Ghana. The theme, rethinking the social license to operate, challenges us to look beyond the permit and license issue by the state and consider something deeper. Do the people in the communities where mining takes place believe that mining is working for them? That's a question. For me, that is where this conversation must begin. Mining has value, but value must be examined honestly. Let me begin by acknowledging an important reality. Mining has played and continues to play a significant role in Ghana's economy. It generates foreign exchange, creates employment, contributes taxes and royalties, supports businesses, and sustains economic activity in many communities. The Ghana Chamber of Mines reported that its producing member companies contributed 17.68 billion in fiscal payment to government in 2024. That contribution matters. We must also acknowledge the work being undertaken by the Ghana Gold Board, particularly in formalizing the gold trade, strengthening traceability and seeking to retain greater value from Ghana's gold resources. Its gold purchasing activities have also contributed to the mobilization of foreign exchange. New Chairman, these are developments worth recognizing. As journalists, we must be fair enough to report what is working, just as we must be courageous enough to expose what is not working. But economic contribution cannot be the only measure of value. We must also ask, at what cost? Who benefits? Who bears the consequences? And what are we leaving behind when the minerals are gone? I'm not suggesting that Ghana should turn its back on mining. That would neither be realistic nor responsible. The question is rather, what kind of mining is Ghana prepared to accept? Mining that creates economic value, mining that respects communities, mining that meets high environmental standards, and mining that contributes to national development without leaving an environmental debt for future generations. Economic value must be considered alongside social and environmental responsibility. This is the balance we must pursue. Takwa, where the debate becomes personal. For me, this conversation is not theoretical. I come from Takwa, one of Ghana's historic mining areas. I have seen what mining can contribute. I have seen the businesses and livelihoods connected to the industry. I have seen the opportunities that mining can create for communities and individuals, but I have also seen the other side. I have witnessed the pressure mining can place on the environment, our lands, and our water bodies. For someone from a mining community, this debate is about more than statistics. It is about the river that people depend on. It is about farmland. It is about livelihoods. And it is about what happens to the community when the minerals are eventually exhausted. That experience has shaped my passion for responsible mining. As president of the Ghana Journalists Association and a member of the Ghana Coalition Against Galamsey, I consider the fight against irresponsible and illegal mining a national responsibility and not a political slogan. The environment must be part of the mining equation. Illegal mining has placed enormous pressure on some of our rivers, forests, and farmlands. But behind every polluted river is a what? It's a human story. There is a community. There is a farmer. There is a household. There is a child. There is somebody who will eventually pay for damage. That is why we must look at mining beyond the gold extracted from the ground. Gold has economic value, but so does water. So does fertile land. So does a healthy environment. And once these resources are seriously damaged, restoring them is not as simple as replacing a lost financial figure. The real question, therefore, is whether Ghana can benefit from its mineral resources while protecting the natural system that sustains life. That is not an argument against mining. It is an argument for responsible mining. New chairman, social license must be earned. This brings me back to the theme of this dialogue. A mining company may have obtained every legal permit required to operate, but a legal license does not automatically guarantee acceptance by the community. A license gives you the right to operate. Trust gives you the social license to operate, and trust must be earned. It is built through meaningful consultation, transparency, fair compensation, environmental responsibility, and genuine engagement with host communities. People want to know what is being mined, what they stand to gain, and what happens when the operation ends. They want to be heard before decisions are made, not after problems emerge. Mining companies must therefore recognize that host communities are not obstacles to development. They are partners in development. Social license is not a public relations exercise. It is a relationship that must be built, respected, and maintained. The media must also be accountable. As president of the GJ, I must also speak frankly about the role of the media. We have spent years demanding accountability from government, mining companies, and regulators. But we cannot demand accountability from others while exempting ourselves. The media must be guided by truth, accuracy, independence, and fairness. We must verify before publishing. We must investigate before accusing. We must give all sides a fair opportunity to respond. And we must follow the evidence, not the noise. We must also resist sensationalism. A dramatic headline may generate clicks, but inaccurate reporting can damage reputations, distort public debate, and undermine public confidence. The media must inform, not inflame. Our responsibility is to scrutinize government policy, examine mining companies' obligations, investigate illegal mining networks, and give affected communities a voice. But fairness also requires us to report what is working. Where mining companies create jobs, support communities, and meet their obligations, those stories deserve to be told. And where they do not, we deserve to say the same. Where government interventions produce results, we should acknowledge them. Where regulators perform effectively, we should report that too. Our role is not to be an enemy of mining. Neither should we become a public relations department for the mining industry. We must remain independent. The GJA will continue to promote specialized training for journalists covering mining, environmental issues, finance, and regulation. A journalist cannot effectively interrogate an industry he or she does not understand. We will encourage stronger fact-checking, investigative reporting, responsible use of data, and correction of errors. Because our credibility is our greatest asset. If we lose the public trust, we lose the authority to hold others accountable. We will go to the Galamsey front lines, and I mean the media will go to the Galamsey front lines. The GJ is determined to take this conversation beyond this conference room. The association will soon organize a one-week dialogue and symposium on the Galamsey crisis with partners and key stakeholders. More importantly, we will take the conversation to the ground. I will lead a team of veteran and experienced journalists on a nationwide tour of communities and sites affected by illegal mining. We will go into the field to see the situation ourselves. We will examine the condition of rivers and lands. We will speak to the affected communities. We will engage miners, farmers, traditional leaders, regulators, and other relevant stakeholders. And we will assess how the fight against Galamsey mining has progressed under the current government. Our regional chapters, or regional branches and chapters, will lead this exercise in their respective regions because they understand the communities and the realities on the ground. Let me make one point clear. This exercise will be independent of government. We will, however, partner with credible development partners, donors, experts, and other stakeholders where necessary to ensure the process is properly resourced and evidence-based. What happens when the gold is gone? There's another question that every mining project must answer. What happens when the minerals are gone? This question should not be asked when the mine is closing. It should be asked from the beginning. Will the land be restored? Will alternative livelihoods exist? Will young people have skills and opportunities? Will infrastructure remain? Will the local economy survive? A mining community should not be left with abandoned pits, degraded land, and a broken local economy. The end of mining should not mean the end of opportunities. If mining is to be sustainable, communities must be left with restored land, skills, infrastructure, and hope for the future. New chairman, a new compact for mining. Ghana needs a stronger compact among government, mining companies, traditional authorities, communities, regulators, and the media. Government must regulate firmly and fairly. Mining companies must operate responsibly and earn the confidence of their host communities. Traditional leaders and communities must protect the resources entrusted to them. Regulators must enforce the rules consistently. And the media must remain independent, professional, and vigilant. Most importantly, all of us must recognize that the future of mining cannot be separated from the future of the communities where mining takes place. If communities feel excluded, trust will disappear. If the environment is destroyed, the cost will eventually be borne by everyone. If illegal mining networks are allowed to flourish, the problem will persist regardless of how many excavators are seized. And if institutions fail to enforce the law consistently, public confidence will continue to weaken. Conclusion, new chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you not only as the president of the Ghana Journalists Association, but as a son of Takwa, a gold mining community. I know the promise of mining. I also know what happens when responsibility is lost. That is why I'm not calling for the end of mining. I'm calling for mining that Ghana can be proud of. Mining that creates opportunities, mining that protects our land and water, mining that pays its fair share, mining that plans for life after the minerals are gone, and mining that can look the next generation in the eye. As journalists, we will continue to ask the difficult questions. We will investigate. We will give communities a voice. And where necessary, we will hold power to account. Whoever owes it, because ultimately, this debate is bigger than government. It is bigger than mining company. It is bigger than the GJA. It is about Ghana. And when our children ask what we did with the resources entrusted to our generation, I want us to be able to say, we developed Ghana without destroying it. That is the standard we should set. That is the responsibility before us. And that is the Ghana I believe is worth fighting for. Thank you, and God bless you all. And God bless our homeland, Ghana.
Applause. So thank you so much. President of the Ghana Journalist Association, Mr. Albert Jumfor, for that fantastic speech. Thank you. And just as he was speaking, we had the Gold Board CEO join us. Ladies and gentlemen, lawyer Sami Jemfi, a round of applause for him. Thank you. And he didn't come here alone. He is here with his able deputy, one man who has been extremely loyal to his boss, Richard Nunekbeku, Esquire, Deputy CEO of the Ghana Gold Board. Thank you so much for coming. And if the Gold Board team are here, they can give us a wave. The team from Ghana Gold Board. Oh, okay. Thank you all for coming. Thank you. And God bless you. We are getting ready for our very first panel discussion. And to set the tone for that discussion, we'll be picking a speech from the Ghana Minerals Commission. But before the Minerals Commission rep comes, we have the former Speaker of Parliament in our midst, and we would want him to say a word or two. I would with respect take the microphone to him. Professor Mike Okwe. A round of applause for him, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. MC. Niga, as we can see, our brother Sami Jemfi Esquire. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stand on the existing protocols. But may I also ask my team members, Dr. Dakun, and please, if you will stand, and we'll say a few words. Professor Dakun is here, Dr. Sio is here, and the Urama in charge of administration is here. Briefly, the IEA is known as having been involved in this minerals discussion for the past 4 years, beyond politics and beyond everything. NIGA has made a very important statement to us, which my younger brother Sami Jemfi Esquire will tell you is a fundamental principle of Ghana's land law, that the land on which we live and move and have our being in many ways belongs to those who are living, those who have died, and those who are yet to be born. And for that matter, all managers at any given time must be mindful of the fact that the land is not their own. You are caretakers for the time being. It helps us to know how we should behave. We are particularly committed to Ghana owning its mineral resources. We've tried the paradigm of royalties. It has not helped us. We have been to the IMF, we say, and remind Ghanaians 17 times through various regimes of all persuasion. That has done us no good. There has been the Industrial Revolution. We have not been part of it as a people. Today there's the ICT revolution, the knowledge revolution, etc. We are not part of it. What shall we be part of? And what can develop us so that, for example, we can make our SHS program work? Our foreign minister has told us that we tax our people and we spend more than 44% of that tax, all that we collect, just to pay public service salaries. It's nobody's fault, but it tells us that there is something fundamental that we must examine. And that is where we also have some advantage. Gold, bauxite, diamond, manganese, lithium, oil, and those things. We should have to examine them because we, from our research, believe that is our future in this country. But if we will give it to other foreigners, and then we will take royalties, which we describe as Jikodidi, then of course we are not going anywhere. And our children will continue to suffer. We are told by the Ghana Statistics Authority, Statistical Board, whatever, that in Ghana here, our young people, about some 22% of them are unemployed. We are talking about the records. Nobody's fault really, but that's the reality we have. Can we continue doing that? And that is why we say, if we go to Dubai, do they own the resource? The answer is yes. And they have people working on it for them. Do we want to be like Dubai? Yes. But will you therefore want to apply the paradigm a la Dubai? No. Then what do we want? It's sad and it's serious. And that is why we've taken a very serious attitude toward this matter. We have researched, we are researching, and we will continue to research. And to lead, or at least have Ghana in the process of the debate. And I'm congratulating the organizers on this occasion for this brilliant work. The best practices are there and they are known. What are some of the difficulties for us? We should not forget that when it comes to capital, none of those European countries hold bags of money and bring them. When you have the mineral, and there is shown that it's a bankable project, of course, you will get money from the international capital market. You will get the money. If you talk about expertise, there are Ghanaian companies which are very, very expertly today in the art of actually mining. In fact, the owners abroad don't go into the mines. We see also that international expertise at any level can also be hired. And we have looked at the research table, and you see that Microsoft and others owned by certain people from any particular country. Nevertheless, the chief of our administration does not come from that country. If you look at all this, it means Ghanaians which also can hire the expertise and bring them on the table. In that connection, if we own the product, then of course we can also apply the byproducts because they are ours. Today, we don't have serious gold manufacturing companies here in this country, so that the work of our brother Sami Jevi will be effective. If that is so, it is imperative for us to own the metal, and then we engage foreigners where necessary to help us. In our process, we have realized that one thing that bothers people is sometimes state corporations, they are not well managed because political and other interferences come into it. Fine. Today in this world, management can all be ceded to expertise abroad. It means therefore that ultimately we have no problem. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we continue with our process, and we want Ghanaians to think carefully about this matter, that is what God has given us to save us. And we better take charge of our mines and other mineral resources. We thank you for that little opportunity to contribute.
Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you, and God bless you. That was good. That was really good. So we would make progress, and before the Minerals Commission sets the tone for our very first panel conversation, I would call on our panelists to join us here before the Minerals Commission sets the tone through their Deputy CEO. So our first panelist to join us, the Honorable former Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, the Honorable Mrekuduka Esquire. A round of applause for him, please. He will join us up here. And also, Dr. Nana Kwao Adakwa Bidiakon III, Jasehine and Administrator of the Apinto Divisional Stool. A round of applause. Yes, please. And let me also welcome my boss and my former lecturer at the Ghana School of Law, Lawyer Bobby Banson, lead consultant for the Robert Smith Law Group. Lawyer Bobby Banson, if he's here, Lawyer Bobby Banson will join us pretty shortly. And let me welcome the Director in charge of local content at the Ghana Minerals Commission. Director in charge of local content at the Ghana Minerals Commission, Ben Betch Mensah. Ben Betch Mensah to also join us. Thank you. He's Director Local Content. And let me announce that he came with other directors from the Minerals Commission. I have my very good friend here, Engineer Frank Pedro Esquire. Is Pedro around? Oh, okay. Pedro is also present here. So, Bobby, I'm told, is joining us pretty shortly. Good. He's the lead consultant, Robert Smith Law Group. A round of applause for him. A very sharp lawyer. Yes. Thank you. So with our panelists all set, let me now welcome the Deputy CEO of the Ghana Minerals Commission. He is popularly known as Elembele Keke. Wajidi Papa. But he is Deputy CEO of the Ghana Minerals Commission. Elembele Yemko. Thank you.
Obi, thank you very much. Niga, Shandine ke Obi Indumobie Mimbabu Umanye. Mr. Chairman, Honorable Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, for a want of time, I just want to stand on all existing protocols. The Minerals Commission, as the main promoter and regulator of the Ghana minerals industry, welcomes you. Our mandate under the Minerals and Mining Act 2006, Act 703, and the Minerals and Mining Health and Safety and Technical Regulation 2012, LI 2182, is clear: to ensure that mining contributes optimally to national development while safeguarding people, communities, and environment. To address this is to clarify 3 regulatory pillars that guides our engagement with large-scale mining companies: license conditions, local content, and the local content and local participation compliance framework. It is also to state plainly what the Commission expects of you going forward. NIGA, to clarify this, the mineral rights granted by the Republic of Ghana is a privilege, not an absolute right. Mr. Chairman, I want to repeat this. The mineral right granted by the Republic of Ghana is a privilege, not an absolute right. It comes with binding conditions. Under the Act 703, our mining lease, mining support service license, and all auxiliary permits are subject to the following conditions. Because of time, I just want to mention the conditions. Compliance with law and agreement, reporting and data submission, health and safety and environment, payment of statutory obligations, and many more. The local content and local participation. Ghana's mineral resources belongs to the people of Ghana. LI 2431, the Minerals and Mining Local Content and Local Participation Regulation 2020 gives legal effect to that principle. The objective is to minimize the value and benefit for mining for Ghanaians. The framework is built on 3 pillars: employment and skills development, procurement of goods and services, equity participation, and technology transfer. We encourage joint venture between mining companies and Ghanaian businesses. We also expect deliberate technology transfer that Ghanaian companies can move up in the mining value chain. Mr. Chairman, the expectation of the Minerals Commission from large-scale mining companies. As we implement the National Mineral Policy and align the Ghana's development agenda, the Commission expectation in 2026 and beyond are proactive compliance culture, transparency and accountability, genuine community partnership, support for value addition, and collaboration with the regulator. In conclusion, NIGA, and ladies and gentlemen, Ghana is open for responsible mining and investment, but responsible mining means respect the law. I want to also repeat, responsible mining means respect the law. We are not just interested in revoking people's permits, but you have to respect the laws of Ghana. Large-scale mining companies remain critical partners. Your compliance with license condition and LI 2431 will determine whether mining becomes a lasting engine for jobs, industry, and prosperity in Ghana. The Minerals Commission stands ready to work with you. Let us build a mining sector that all Ghanaians can be proud of. I want to thank you very much for your attention, and may God bless our work, bless the Republic of Ghana, and bless us all. Thank you very much.
Deputy CEO of the Ghana Minerals Commission. Thank you. Thank you for setting the tone so beautifully for our very first panel discussion. And as you heard me introduce them, they are men of varying experiences from different backgrounds, but with interest in mining. I'll start from you, Jasehene. Yes, Jasehene. Say, good. It's on. It's on. Okay. Wow. Let me help you. You can try this one. I think yes. Hello. Good. So, apinto yeboko there. Yeboko pa. So, first of all, I would want to ask you this question. So, you are landowners, and 2 large-scale mining companies operate on your land. So would mix the language because of our audience. Nananom no say mining companies ba masase so a na mo expectation ye then e ya mo hwe nimu. We nim say license enya mo na mo de ma aban na e ma bomba be tu agudie no mo masase so. They na mo expectation ye then.
Yo we dey be that say. First of all, I would like to correct to say they are not 2, they are actually 4.
Oh, 4 large-scale mining companies.
So wow. Each Goldfields, 30% of it is on Apinto land.
Oh, okay.
And then GMC,
Ghana Manganese, okay.
30% of it is on Apinto land.
Okay.
And then we have Eduaprim, Anglo Gold Eduaprim,
90%.
on Apinto. and then goldfields, the full goldfields.
Goldfields, 100%.
100% is
Okay.
not completed. So those are the mining companies and what Yasas.
Okay.
Expectation, no. I can say mining there. Obia expect to say a bit develop Ukru.
Yeah.
We cannot treat mining companies like pharmaceutical or media. The extractive industries have a special expectation from people. Because one, it's about land. And so the expectation is high. We all expect, say, our children will have scholarships.
Yes.
We expect, say, there will be development in the environment. We will have increased number of hospitals, schools in the environment. So that's the normal expectation that we have. And I don't think it's different from any other country that there is mining taking place. Mining is supposed to develop the people. So the local people are supposed to benefit greatly in the mining of the in the community.
Yeah. Thank you. Lawyer Mekuduka, I'll come to you. So you are from a mining community. Takwa, you've been MP in Takwa before. Looking at Takwa now and what Takwa should have been because of the number of years a year too good at what Takwa. When you sit back, what runs through your mind?
Obi.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Obi, let me first of all commend you and your team for putting this very important program together. Okay. At least we'll have an alternative to that of Ndaba if we choose not to go to South Africa.
Yeah.
Moreover, it is important and key for us to try to profess solutions instead of continuously throwing our hands in despair. I've attended several fora in relation to mining, and the stories keep on being same. And obviously we need to change the dynamics. Before I come to Takwa, I would want to add, because of time, I would want to add 3 very important thematic areas in terms of solution. One is a matter of why we set up the Minerals Income Investment Fund. And the purpose of it is to drive home the ring fencing of the revenue stream of our mining.
Okay.
And therefore, we must make sure whatever they pay through MDF, Minerals Development Fund, through the chiefs, that is the NANUM, the royalties, we must transparently see how much these royalties get to NANUM.
Okay.
And what are they using the royalties for? That will suppress the pressure and expectations from the youth. So that must be added to your communique.
Okay.
That is one. Okay. 2, you are hinging this very important program on a theme that is critical, the social license. On this social license, the thinking has been the corporate social responsibility. Obviously, corporate social responsibility is bigger, and therefore it is seen as charity because it involves health, it involves governance, it involves hospitality, and so on and so forth. I can go on. So you cannot legislate on charity. So what other countries, especially African countries, have done is to legislate on the minimum community development obligations.
Okay.
And they call them, or they call it, the minimum community development agreement. So in other jurisdictions, you have your community development agreement enshrined in the act.
Oh, okay.
For example, in Sierra Leone, where they have the Mining and Mineral Development Act 2022, it is specifically stated that before you embark on any operation, you must secure the community development agreement with the community. So it is not seen as if
it's charity.
It's charity, as Nana is lamenting on. So that is one, and it is critical. Until we do that, we're not going to see the benefit. I think we've gone a milestone, but we need to upgrade.
Okay.
The third one is also to liaise with the concessionaires, those who have acquired a legal license from government, to see how they can enter into the tributary system of giving sections of their concession to the ordinary people to also mine to benefit. In that case, there will be the win-win situation from both the indigenes and that of foreign investors, because you need not to sort of expel them out of the country, because we spend on government officials to go out there to bring in investors. They come and they are seemingly see things like they are being frustrated. It becomes worrying. So we need to have a win-win situation. So come back to Takwa. I think so far, Goldfields were pushed to do or deepen their corporate social responsibility threshold.
Okay.
I can talk of a 6 million stadium that was built, 6 million worth of stadium that was built by them. Can talk of roads from Bogoso Junction to Damine, few of the inner roads that were built. These are impactful corporate social responsibilities.
And fully funded by Goldfields.
Fully funded by Goldfields. But the argument has always been like, what was their profit margin? And why this? So if we had that community development agreement, they wouldn't have in any way gotten the opportunity of also priding themselves that I did this. Because if you're having over 4 million or a billion and over, as profit, what is the portion for the ordinary person who has been impacted negatively as a result of your operations? And it's critical that we mention in the future, what are we going to talk about? Are we having tangible projects that we can show, as I've mentioned in Takwa, for example, in a national framework? What are we going to witness? What are we going to tell our children in future? So these are critical things that I want you to factor in your communication if I don't have the time. But let me also acknowledge my say. He taught me at the law school. So I need to acknowledge that. Very brilliant young man.
Very important.
Yes.
The law lecturer, Bobby Banson. Bobby, I'll come to you, but before that, let me talk to Mr. Birch. Mr. Birch, so for you at the Minerals Commission, would you say our large-scale mining, and I want you to specifically stay with the local content regulation, are they going by it as enshrined in that policy?
Thank you very much. First of all, let me add my voice to Honorable Mrekuduka.
Yes.
To thank you and your team for putting this together. It's another platform for people to hear what is happening in the mining space. In terms of local content and what the mining companies are doing, first of all, there's a whole legislation that every mining company, once you are issued with a license to operate, you need to have that document, and all of them do have.
Okay.
And we regulate this, we ensure there's compliance, and what this seeks to, regulate are two key things. The first is to ensure there's employment, the locals in the community are engaged in terms of employment. And so
is it that they should employ Ghanaians or Ghanaians within the host community?
Ghanaians and Ghanaians within the host community. There are various thresholds in terms of number of people that you have to employ. There are some jobs that you need to engage people in the host community. But most importantly, it's Ghanaians. And even when the mining company is coming with its own
is there
employees,
a percentage they should employ? So every mining company should employ, say, 99% Ghanaians, 90%, 95% Ghanaians?
So for starters, once you come in and then you start developing your mine, we'll give you up to 10%. So 90% must be Ghanaians. And this is not even the ordinary workers. It sets it at the management management level. So if your top management level, you have 100 people, then obviously for starters, you need to have 90 people as Ghanaians. Then once you have gone past the third year, we limit it to 5%. You cannot have more than 5% who are expatriates. And that is not even on a blanket check. What that means is that there are certain roles. So for example, an HR role, finance director role, even when you do not have your 5%, you cannot employ those people because these are skills that are highly available locally, and for that matter, we restrict that you pick Ghanaians for that. So that is on the employment side. Then we'll look at the procurement side, throughout the entire value chain of the mine job. They get goods and services. As you may be aware, even mining companies are not allowed to mine their own gold, so it's contract mining. And all this must go to Ghanaians.
Now the policy is that every mining company should do contract mining.
But there are two categories. So if it's a surface mining, it's 100% Ghanaian. You cannot bring a foreign partner into the fold. And if it's underground, because of the complexity of underground, we give a 50-50. So you can have a foreign partnership and a local partner to do the underground. But having said that, there are other goods and services also that need to be procured from Ghanaian and Ghanaian only suppliers. And so if you have your business and you have a foreign partner in it, there are some aspects of the supply items that your business will not allow you to operate in. And so what we do as part of our job is to get reports from these mining companies to ensure that they have given us all the procurement reports so we can check whether they're doing the right thing. And this is what we do almost every now and then.
If a mining company wants to procure fuel, should it be from a local OMC?
It has to be local.
Fuel.
It has to be local OMC. Yes.
So are you still going by the 50 or so items you published?
Currently, as we speak, we have 51 items.
51.
We are. It's under review. And even with the review exercise, some of the items, there are some combination of foreign players and local players. We want to tidy up and then ensure that we have the 50. Some of them we have done the review properly. And there are also new ideas to maybe increase the numbers from 51 to maybe whatever that will come out.
That's fine. Let me bring Bobby in. Bobby, so the suggestion is that we should legislate corporate social responsibility. I know some MPs began this process of a private member's bill to get that legislation through. It's not conclusive as we speak. But what do you think? You think it's the way to go, that we through law commit mining companies to how much they have to spend on corporate social responsibility?
I agree that would be at least a good way to measure. And people normally tend to comply when they know there's a stick to be used in the event of a default. But I think that there's a psychological aspect to it that we may not necessarily consider in those areas. that may be the extra and actually the real motivation for these large-scale mining companies to ensure that when they take the natural resources, it doesn't only benefit the pockets of those that end up owning these companies. And I think the psychological effect is the act of patriotism. The person or the people who are in charge doing the actual mining, whether or not, for instance, as we speak today, there's a law that requires that whenever you, in the course of your mining activities, you degrade the environment, you restore it.
Yes.
Now, there is supposed to be a monitoring team to ensure that is done. But do we have that being done? The chiefs are here, they can speak to it. I'm sure when you go to some of those places, you'll be surprised the level of degradation that you see from large-scale mining companies to date. And there is even an aspect where they even post a bond as part of the license to the EPA, that in the event that you do not comply with this reclamation requirements, that bond would suffice. But it's easy putting the money there. But the act of patriotism, knowing that this is the land that if I am not here, my children will come and benefit. And that is the reason why there's a lot of promotion for local content and local participation, then local ownership. Because if Obi is from Apinto and he owns a large-scale mine and he has to reclaim the land after the activity, he knows that if he does not, his grandchildren who would be Ghanaians will not have the benefit of doing it. And so the psychological aspect beyond the law is something that I think we should promote a lot. And then it would, in the long run, benefit. I had the opportunity to tour some large-scale mining operations in China. And contrary to, when the Galamsey matter started, you always used to hear the names of it's Chinese, it's Chinese, it's Chinese. These days, you don't hear it's Chinese. And Obi, I went to the largest mining operation in, I think, the northern province or so. And 2 kilometers down that pit was a botanical garden. Just 2 kilometers. Owned by the same mining company. Because as part of their responsibility, you show that you are mining here, but you are preserving the nature in its natural state. And it was such a beautiful sight. And I was asking myself, will we see these things in our country? And because they are Chinese, they come from there, they see it. They know that when they do not use it the way they are supposed to, there will not be a mine tomorrow for somebody. And they've been mining for thousands of years. You go to a place, they tell you, we mined copper here 1,000 years ago, and they are still doing it. So beyond the law, I think instilling that sense of patriotism from local content, local participation, local ownership, would also put that sense of urgency. We know that it is not all the case, because we have some Ghanaians doing things that are not right in terms of the law. But I think that is also an aspect that we must promote. And constant reminders by the locals themselves. Because we say it is a corporate social responsibility. But that responsibility also enables people to exercise their rights.
Their rights, sure.
And then, in fact, there's a course of action that has been developed in South America. We say genocide, and they call it ecocide. Where they think that the activities of large-scale mining companies is affecting not only those people, but even for generations. And some have managed to exploit this course of action to earn revenue. And when you go to all the mining communities, you ask yourself, will we get to a state where there will actually be a cause of action recognized by the Ghanaian court? So can the chief of Apinto look at large-scale mining and say that, listen, there is no law that says that you should do this in terms of corporate social responsibility. But as a people, do we have an actionable right? We are not waiting for government to legislate. But can we say that we will develop a cause of action where we as a people, we will not let it look like it's charity, but beyond everything, to sustain this ground for future generations, you should be able to do A, B, C, D. And so once we do that education, we do that motivation, we have that sense of patriotism, gradually I think that we will see some fruits from this.
Jasene, I'll come to you, and because of time, linked to this is this whole conversation around pushing for Ghanaian large-scale mining companies to take over, operations in Ghana. In himself, Nananomno, my press conference near the Adebebre, say, Mopese, your mines, no Ghanaian companies, Eshe, no Mudi Hunjuma. From the Wati around this table, the Wati Sempenny for Eka. Is this something you are still pushing? Muguswe pushi.
Okay, that's it. I would like to touch on the issue they brought about legalizing social corporate responsibility. Then we go back to that. But it's very interesting. I mean, the presentation given by lawyer is actually very accurate. Government of Ghana, the mining companies, both owe a duty to the community. So we need to look at it from both sides. If you take Prestia, one of the main problems we are having in Ghana is the shift of authority, the shift of power from Nananom.
Yes.
And centralizing that power in government. That is what is happening. Legalizing social corporate responsibility is extending that power again and centralizing that power and shifting it from government.
Yes.
But what we are seeing and what is happening in mining now is actually the shift from Nananom to centralized government. It is what is creating the problem.
Yes.
Any further shift will compound the problem. I think that it is time when the owners of the land should be given enough authority of their land. We need to be given enough power to deal with what is on our land. In relation to corporate responsibility. Prestia. We all know Prestia was a very big mining town. When you go there now, it's a mess. Audria owns part of Prestia. Okay. And the whole town has been neglected, I would say, by both governments and the mining companies that took advantage of the land. And nothing has happened to the town. If social responsibility doesn't change, we don't change that concept and bring it to our own destiny. From what he's saying, we need to own it. We, the people of Apito, need to be responsible for what miners do on our land, what contribution they try to implement on our land, without legalizing it. We don't want to leave it in the hands of a lawyer to determine for us whether it's Wayeni and I say Wayeni. We need to be able to have the strength and ability. Empowered mining mineral commission should empower Nananom. Before the lease is being given, Nananom should be part of it. Before we go into the negotiating table and say that, we are now going to give a lease to whoever, whether Goldfields or Google, whoever, we should be on the sitting table. We should be there. The discussion must be a three-way discussion so that our input can be recognized in that. When that happens, the mining company will respect us enough for them to take our opinions into making the right decision for implementing on our land, social responsibility on our land.
Okay.
Please, before you go on,
okay,
I've told you about owning all these mines being on our land. Effectively, there's about, on top of my head, about 50,000 hectares of land being used by these mining companies. The laws were made when mining was underground. Now mining is surface. Goldfields has spent about 4,000 hectares of our land mining. Goldfields spent a certain amount of land in their mining. Now Goldfields is no longer in their mine. If you go to their mine now, what can you see? What can you see as a development? What can you see that will make you feel? I'm quoting Goldfields' motto, which says creating enduring value after mining.
Yes.
What enduring value can you see in their mine?
But they built a whole new town.
No. When we talk about enduring value, this is where the mistake is again. When we talk about enduring value, it's livelihood beyond mining.
Okay.
Ability to have a factory, for example, is enduring value. Having something that can sustain a town after the mining is finished.
It's finished. Okay.
Prestia is a typical example. There is nothing like that. And very soon, Takwa could be. We are dealing with a depleting asset. Gold is depleted. The more you take, the more you should give to the community. Or a time will come, the gold will finish, and the community will be there, and there will be nothing for us. So are we still pursuing the agenda of local content, local, as Prof said? Personally, and I think that is Apinto's stand, is that we need people who will give respect to the community. And the community leaders, and be able to sit with us and develop a good plan on how to develop our towns, so that when the mining is finished and the gold is gone, we will be able to show, like Johannesburg, have other industries to show and say that these industries have come out as a result of the gold that was taken from our land. That is what we are looking for.
Fantastic. So it's 43 minutes after 3. We just have 2 minutes to wrap up this conversation. So 30 seconds, Honorable Duka, and then we do 30-30 and we wrap this.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, Obi, a very simple one, and we will go. Now, next point is on transparency. So if the chiefs are part of the decision or around the decision-making table, then they can manage their expectations. Because with those lamentations, what I'm learning is that they don't know even the costs that Goldfields is also putting. If you spending so much on cutback to get what you want, and Nana is informed and knows your costs, then the limitations of lamenting also could be managed. Another key point that we've also tackled on local content, and you asked the gentleman about what they are doing and said he is reviewing. It is important for us to also create the local content. Those within the community, are they benefiting? Then beyond the local, the things that they have aligned for us to, purchase locally, like the explosives, like the calico bags, we tend to import them for the mining companies. That's unfortunate. So we need to create a platform for this calico. And what even annoys me is the activated carbon that we employ, we import. Activated. Do you know what we use the ingredients? What we create or make the activated carbon is coconut shells. Coconut shells. And what you call the peat, P-E-A-T. Peat is a rotten wood.
So it can be done here.
It could be done here. So we need to create opportunities, creating platforms for this local to be appreciated. So the local content and local participation legislation that Ghana has done, that other countries have not been able to do,
will be meaningful.
The LI 2431 will be more appreciated.
Thank you. So Beth, finally, 30 seconds. This local content suggestion, does the law takes care of that?
Yes. So the law takes care of the local. And we have sort of re-fenced them, and some of the mining companies are really complying with the local. But it's all a matter of doubling enforcement and strengthening your enforcement. But talking about participation, local content and participation, I think there are a lot of things that we have not done as a country. You talk about the large mining companies. The law requires that they list on the stock exchange. And that is where you and I participate. You have your $1,000, you have your 5,000 CDs. You all invest in the mines, and we all own it together. And so it's something that at the commission we are putting, things together. We are liaising with the stock exchange. We are liaising with the Security and Exchange Commission and other stakeholders to ensure that we enforce that aspect of the local content regulation.
Thank you, Bobby. Finally, this whole conversation around allowing local large-scale mining companies to take over, what do you think?
I think that the only real advantage that the foreign companies had, and to some extent still have, is financial capacity. Over time, if you speak to somebody like Sir Sam Jonah, he will tell you that in his days, almost all the line managers were white. Now, if you go to Obuasi, if you go to Daman, if you go to Takwa, you would see almost every major department headed by a Ghanaian. And so it's not an issue of human resource, it's an issue of capital capacity. the Daman government process, you'd see that when Goldfields published their feasibility, they said you need $600 million to do the cutback, to be able to extend the life of the mine. Now, how many local companies can raise $600 million on their books? How many local banks are even capitalized up to $600 million? And so, to promote that, all these local contents, reserving some things for local, if they don't have the money to do it, they cannot do it. I think that it's about time the financial sector also tends to look at the mining industry, because we have the universities that are training for the capacity, but we do not have the money to be able to match the foreign entities boot for boot. And it is because the banking sectors, both formal and informal, are not really prioritizing those areas. But you see, now with the gold price, the average cost of production in Ghana is about $1,000, $3,400 per ounce. If gold price is about $3,800, you would have about $2,000 free cash.
Yes.
That if you are able to build credibility with a banking institution, they'll be able to give you the finance to do it. So I think that government should intentionally set up this policy of giving access to finance to Ghanaians with the necessary credibility to be able to fully participate and own these resources, so that at the end of the day, whatever we have will be retained here, and it will help in our own development.
Fantastic. A round of applause for lawyer Bobby Banson to bet the director local content, to Jasehine from Apinto, and to the former deputy land and natural resources minister, lawyer Mreku Duka. Please, a round of applause for all of them. Thank you. Thank you so much. And fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much. So would continue, and to the speeches we've all been waiting for. Mepacho, are we enjoying the presentations? Thank you so much. So, before lawyer Sami Jemfi comes, we would want to hear from a very important intervention this government brought up, which is the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, popularly known as Mahama Cares. And its administrator is Obobia Dakun Opoku. You understand after her presentation why she is here. But before she comes, there is a short documentary we would have to play. If the documentary is ready, please let's roll, and then Obobia will take over and do her presentation before lawyer Sami Jemfi comes. Is the documentary ready? Okay.
A 14-member surgical team stands at the edge of a delicate movement inside the National Cardiothoracic Center, not on a make or break mission, but on a profound journey of hope. Their task is as tender as it is urgent: to help the heart of a 3-year, 10-month-old boy beat as it was always meant to, for the very first time since he entered this world. His name is Delshad Adiku Alukuri.
Government hospital. I'm a more refer by Confanochi. To Confanochi, one almost refer by Kolibu. Tiaba now must say, when Yaremi, I double right ventricle, not PG.
Delshad has a complex heart problem. He has 3 holes in heart condition. In addition, there's one vessel that carries blood from the heart to the lungs. That is narrow. He's not been going well. He's not able to eat well. He's not going well. He cannot play with his peers. He cannot study. He doesn't have the energy that a normal toddler has. And if you look at his weight, he's falling quite behind what is expected. So generally, the whole body is not doing well.
Correcting each of these delicate defects now rests in the skilled hands of the surgical team, led by the director of the National Cardiothoracic Center, Dr. Kwao Nsuamensa. For a child his age, Delshad should have worn the fullness of strength and a soft, healthy roundness. But instead, his frail frame quietly tells the story of an illness that has taken a heavy toll on his young life.
Na ede ayohoni or how bapa 157,500 Ghana cedis. Na na omo si entua na omo fanya surgery. In fact, na tutu ani a ento bia ani.
For a teacher earning an average of 5,000 cedis a month, this daunting sum stretches into a lifetime of sacrifice. 2 years and 7 months of earnings. A journey that would demand of Mr. Alukuri an almost impossible devotion to live, yet not touch a single pesewa of his own sweat for all that time.
The treatment of these conditions are expensive. If you look in the setup in the theater here, you need at least 10 doctors and nurses to be able to conduct one operation. We have the heart-lung machine and then the sets. Everything is completely disposed of. It is single use. Anesthesia machine, temperature regulation, bed warmer, so many things. And none of it is made in Ghana. So it's a very expensive undertaking. After here, he's going to be in intensive care, mechanical ventilation for a while. But he's been in intensive care for a couple of days. And being a small child, there are a lot of medications that we have to give to support the circulation, support respiration, and support all the systems. And because of that, most people cannot afford the cost of this surgery.
Na woson so a akatua kwa amagino menu fe kwa na asa ntina be din pa mesan won kwala amehwom ntina din pa.
At the brink of despair, when life hung by a thread, hope arrived through the Ghana Medical Trust Fund. His doctor took a chance, applied, and against all odds, it was approved, giving him a second chance at life. The 50-case pilot became a savior.
In fact, Sadano, Anijia by Pa Chiflo, the Bia Payana, Mebama, Umapin said, Yakupon want to come, no man who did not find you, manage my Panaso, one to us. Namis Cosun Swasa said, almost a boy for no more so. Buan Omuyiska de Buan, Omukoso Amwa, na or the year Mascano, or fact, 1 year and 5 years before.
And that's why we thank the Ghana Medical Trust Fund. They have sponsored 12 cases in all that we are doing within this month. And it's a game changer. Look at this boy. Without the surgery, the future is bleak for him. Ability to grow well, go to school, get a good education, get employment, raise a family. It's not going to be possible. But once we're able to repair this defect, restore the heart to normality, then he can look forward to a normal life expectancy like any child of his age.
There are no more barriers. Hope now stands where fear once lived. The Ghana Medical Trust Fund has cleared the path. The surgery fully covered. The theater ready, waiting. Final checks are done. The moment has arrived. With trembling hands and a heavy heart, a father lets go, placing his beloved son in the care of the medical team. No words can carry the weight of this moment. Only silent prayers rise. This is the edge of everything. Delshad must come back alive. It is a complex procedure.
Complex because typically most people have one whole heart condition, but he has an interventricular septal defect. He has an atrial septal defect. He has a patent ductus arteriosus, and he has a valvar pulmonary stenosis. So these are 4 conditions to refer for a small child, for a small heart. It's quite a complex and a tasking task. We'll go ahead and do it.
And they are doing it now. Delshad has been placed under general anesthesia, so he is deeply asleep and pain-free. The surgeon now makes an incision down the middle of the chest and separates the breastbone to reach the heart.
We have the next 4 to 6 hours to do this, and I'm sure by God's grace we'll do it successfully.
He has now been placed on a heart lung.
Wow. A round of applause for the Ghana Medical Trust Fund. We wish we could play the entire video, but because of time. But not to worry, when you go to the social media pages of the fund, all of these videos and more are there that you can please go and watch. So let's welcome the woman behind these amazing stuff. Obo Biadako Opoko.
Thank you very much. I wish we could have watched that video to the end when you see Delsha go home and run around and come alive. But I'm sure that you will find it on our social media handles later. Ni Chairman, Your Royal Majesty, the Ghana Chair, distinguished members of your entourage, former Speaker of Parliament, MPs present, ministers, colleagues, CEOs, the COSISEN team, the entire Multimedia Group Limited, and all here. I extend my sincere appreciation to you all for bringing us together for this important engagement. The Ghana Medical Trust Fund is deeply honored to be part of this worthy initiative. We are grateful for the opportunity to contribute to a cause that speaks directly to the health and well-being of our people. When you opened your brochures and saw the Ghana Medical Trust Fund on the agenda of a national mining dialogue, I know the question that ran through your mind. What does a medical trust fund have to do with gold, bauxite, or oil? I know. It is a fair question. And my answer to you today is simple. The Ghana Medical Trust Fund has everything to do with mining. You do not extract value from the soil. You extract value through people. And when the health of a nation collapses, the foundation of every industry, including yours, will collapse with it. Let me take you out of this air-conditioned ballroom for a moment. Imagine a man who has worked honorably for 30 years. He built a modest home, paid his taxes, educated his children, and planned for a peaceful retirement. Then, a diagnosis confirmed that he has prostate cancer. Instantly, his life dissolves. His family sells off land. They exhaust every savings. They borrow from friends. And when the money runs out, they sit in a hospital corridor, throwing their hands in the air, asking, what else can we do? This is the devastating reality of non-communicable diseases in Ghana today. But the tragedy does not end with a diagnosis. The real tragedy begins when the doctor looks at the family and says, we don't have the equipment to save him here. You must take him to Accra. They travel for hours across regions, from rural mining districts to Accra. By the time they arrive, 3 things have happened. The family is financially ruined. The patient is significantly weaker. The cost of treatment has doubled. Now, some in this room might think, this is tragic, but if my family or I ever face a medical crisis, we can afford private care or flight abroad. Ladies and gentlemen, let me challenge that assumption. What happens when a critical heart attack strikes you at 2 a.m.? Can you wait for a flight to London or Johannesburg? Can you charter a jet whilst a cardiac wall is collapsing? Can you move a dying relative across international borders while life is slipping away second by second? At 2 a.m., money cannot, and I mean it, money cannot buy you your life. In a medical emergency, your wealth does not save you. The infrastructure nearest to you does. This is not just a social welfare issue. It is a human reality for every single person in this room. When President John Dramani Mahama established the Ghana Medical Trust Fund just about a year ago, and I was handed the responsibility to administer the fund, we conducted a comprehensive nationwide needs assessment across our teaching hospitals, regional hospitals, and referral hospitals. What we found should awaken every leader in this room. Across our public tertiary healthcare facilities, we found only 2 functional MRI machines. We found only 2 public radiotherapy machines for cancer treatment across the country. And in the entire northern sector of Ghana, there were only 2 practicing cardiologists without the appropriate equipment to serve millions of citizens. When you look at these numbers, you understand why our people suffer. You understand why care is delayed and why lives are lost. One location was dictating survival in Ghana, and that is Accra. At the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, we refuse to accept this status quo. We have therefore built an intervention framework rested on 4 strategic pillars. 1, patient support. We started with a pilot program supporting 50 critically ill patients, funding heart surgeries, brain surgeries, and chemotherapy. Those weren't just 50 pilot cases. They were 50 lives restored. But financial aid alone isn't enough if the machines don't exist. 2, infrastructure and retooling. We are retooling hospitals based on hard data, not guesswork. President Mahama was at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital a few weeks ago to commission into use a new and modernized cardiac catheterization laboratory. We are currently constructing cath labs at the Konfanochi Teaching Hospital and the Tamale Teaching Hospital. We have plans for Ho Teaching Hospital and the Ifeanyi Nkwanta Hospital. 3, human capital. A machine without a doctor is useless. We have partnered with the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons and sister institutions with an ambitious target to train and deploy at least 10 chronic disease specialists in every region of Ghana. Research and innovation is the 4th, but not the least. Building data systems to ensure we tackle tomorrow's health crisis with evidence, not assumptions. In September, the trust fund will be a year old. We have made progress, but let me be transparent with you this afternoon. Government cannot do this alone. The trust fund cannot do this alone. Which brings us to the core theme of this dialogue, rethinking the social license to operate. For decades, the mining sector has defined its social license through traditional CSR, building a small school, digging a borehole, or grading a road. I challenge you today to elevate that standard. A true social license cannot simply mean the community tolerates our presence. It must mean because this company operated here, our people live longer, healthier lives. Your host communities are not coordinates on concession map. They are homes. They are human beings. When you, miners, your local contractors, and their families face chronic illness, where do they go? They depend on the very regional and district hospitals that lack equipment and specialists. Imagine the power of a mining company saying to its host region, we didn't just extract gold from your soil, we built the regional cancer center that saved your mother. We installed the cath lab that saved your chief. This is not CSR. This is an unshakable generational social license. To the CEOs, directors, board chairs here today, we are offering you an investable, transparent, data-backed partnership. Do not build healthcare solutions in isolation. Partner with the Ghana Medical Trust Fund. Invest in us. Invite us in. Let us map the healthcare facilities serving your host communities. Co-invest with precision. Use our nationwide needs assessment to buy the exact medical equipment your regional hospitals lack. Sponsor specialists. Fund the specialist training of doctors and nurses who will stay and serve in your operational zones. Let us build an infrastructure that endures long after your mining leases have expired. Ladies and gentlemen, years from now, history will not measure your leadership by the exact ounce of gold extracted. Market analysts will forget your quarterly profit margins. The public will not remember the contracts you signed. But I guarantee you this: a family will remember the hospital that saved their father. A child will remember that their mother survived cancer because the equipment was nearby and close to their community. And a community will defend an enterprise that protected its rights to live. The gold beneath our soil is valuable, but Ghana's greatest resource has never been underground. Ghana's greatest resource is the Ghanaian. Let us rethink the social license. Let us build a legacy of health, dignity, and survival. Because when life is on the line, none of us can stand alone. Let us prove to every Ghanaian battling disease that they are not forgotten and that indeed help is here, and truly Mahama cares. Thank you very much.
Wow. 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 A round of applause for her, please. That was a good one. That was a good one. So that's the Ghana Medical Trust Fund. Please try and watch the full documentary on their social media pages. You would be in love with the kind of work they are doing. Respectfully, if you may, can we be upstanding for just 30 seconds? Respectfully. Apart from His Royal Majesty, the rest of us, please. And if you may, stretch a kakra. Stretch, just a little. Because we are about welcoming our keynote speaker. It's the moment we've all been waiting for. So in 2025, something monumental happened. Gold Board was birthed with a specific responsibility. The CEO of that institution is here with us. Our keynote speaker, a round of applause. Let's welcome lawyer Sami Jemfi.
Oh. Chairman, Your Royal Majesty, the Gamanche, esteemed traditional leaders, officials of the Minerals Commission and the Minerals Income Investment Fund, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. Good afternoon to you all. It is a real privilege to join you at the National Mining Dialogue 2026. I commend the organizers for convening this important platform to shape the future of our mining industry, particularly at a time when Ghana must speak frankly to itself. And I think that the organizers deserve a round of applause from us. It will be interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme before us, rethinking the social license to operate, is not just a sweet conference slogan.
It is a political, economic, and moral demand. Natural resources are God's gifts to the communities that host them and a blessing to the state. If those resources do not transform the communities from which they are taken, then we have not fully converted blessing into development. The social justice to operate is built not only on legal authority, but on the confidence that mineral wealth serves both the national interest and host communities. We cannot continue to mine gold from the soil of our communities while poverty, lack of access to potable water, poor roads, youth unemployment, and weak local economies remain the daily reality of too many mining communities in our country. This is the reason why the visionary John Dramani Mahama established the Ghana Gold Board. Ghana needed a new approach to managing one of its most strategic natural resources, an approach that retains more value locally, strengthens reserves, supports responsible downstream industries, and helps formalize a productive artisanal and small-scale mining sector. Gold Board's mandate is therefore not merely to trade gold. It is to help ensure that every ounce of gold produced in Ghana creates greater value for Ghana. For me, ladies and gentlemen, the strongest reason to rethink the social license is a youth question. In our mining communities, young people see wealth leave their land every day. Yet too many do not see any path to decent work. And I believe just here from Apinto just made that point. Too many do not see any path to decent work, skills, ownership, and meaningful future. That contradiction is dangerous. It is not fair, and it is not sustainable. A social license cannot survive where the youth believe mining has no place for them except as casual laborers and bystanders, while others see them as troublesome agitators and security risk. The social license must therefore be reimagined as a development compact with the youth, a compact that integrates the youth in responsible mining through capacity building, creates sustainable jobs, supports local enterprise, opens services around production, and gives young people a stake in the future of mining. That is why mining communities must no longer be treated as land donors. They are the custodians of the resource. And therefore, I submit very forcefully this afternoon that mining communities must be treated as development partners and economic shareholders. If we accept that truth, distinguished guest, then we must confront a hard question, which is, after more than a century of mining, why are too many Ghanaians still spectators in the ownership and value of mines? Ghana has mined gold commercially for more than a century. Yet for most of this long history, Ghanaians have not been the real owners of the mines. The large-scale mining sector has been largely foreign-led, and too much of the value has leaked out of the country through ownership structures, financing arrangements, imported inputs, offshore services, limited beneficiation, and weak local industrial linkages. That is why Obuasi can produce gold for generations and still not compare to Johannesburg in industrial depth, urban development, economic opportunities, and what have you. This is not because Obuasi lacks resources. The state of development in Obuasi points to a truism that extraction without intentional policy does not automatically produce transformation. Mines do not build nations by accident. Nations build value through deliberate ownership, strategic partnerships, infrastructure linkages, and disciplined policy management. If we want a new story, we must own more, refine more, process more, fabricate more, and retain more. It's as simple as that. Communities must be active participants in the value chain, from exploration services and production support to logistics, fabrication, environmental services, refining, jewelry, and downstream enterprise. When these roles are localized, a mine becomes more than a pit or a shaft. It becomes a training ground, a market, an industrial anchor, and a platform for youth enterprise. Gold, Chairman, is not a marginal commodity in Ghana's economy. It is currently our most dominant export commodity. The latest 2024-2025 merchandise trade data show total exports of $32 billion for the year 2025, with gold earning about $20 billion and accounting for roughly 63% of export earnings. Undoubtedly, gold has helped drive record trade surpluses, strengthened national reserves, supported currency appreciation, and anchored the current economic stability we are witnessing. The policy consequence is clear. Gold is both a strategic asset and a moral responsibility. It must stabilize the economy, but it must also transform the communities from which it comes. This is part of the logic behind the Ghana National Accelerated Reserve Accumulation Program, GANRAP. Ghana is deliberately, through this program, using a portion of its mineral wealth to strengthen reserves, build economic resilience, and national economic prosperity. That same intentionality must now reach host communities more directly. Let us also recognize the critical role of artisanal and small-scale mining. It is not just about large-scale mining. Recent 2025 data show that Ghana produced about 5.9 million ounces of gold, with ASM contributing about 3.1 million ounces. That is 52.4%. This is what has made Ghana not just the lead producer of gold in Africa, but number 6 in the whole world. For the first time in over a century, artisanal and small-scale miners overtook large-scale producers in 2025. ASM has become a major driver of Ghana's gold output and of the macroeconomic benefits gold now delivers. This proves that when Ghanaians become active value actors, their productivity will power national development. Ladies and gentlemen, development is not accidental. It is a product of intentional policy, disciplined management, and resource optimization. If gold is God's gift to our communities and a blessing to the state, then the state must leverage it to rewrite the story of mining communities. This is why Gold Board matters. Gold Board is not merely a trading institution. It is a national value retention instrument established to bring order, traceability, transparency, and greater Ghanaian benefits into the gold trade sector, particularly the ASM sector. Through market formalization, responsible sourcing, local refining, and support for downstream industries such as jewelry manufacturing, Gold Board is helping to shift Ghana from extraction to value creation. As a country, we have not optimized impact because too much ownership, financing, refining, services, and downstream activity happens outside the communities and outside Ghana. That must change, and the John Mahama government and the Gold Board remain poised to rewrite the story. Government must therefore pursue bold reforms that optimize returns from gold and other natural resources, expand responsible exploration, support indigenous ownership, formalize artisanal and small-scale mining, win the fight against illegal mining, accelerate local refining and local value addition, strengthen traceability, and convert mining revenues into visible development in host communities. We must also make production services around mining real opportunities for host communities. And by this, I'm talking about catering, transport, security, reclamation, maintenance, environmental monitoring, agricultural supply, housing, and local commerce. A young person in Takwa, Nichaman, Oboase, Pristia, Bibieni or Hafo, should see mining not as a distant concession, but as a chain of opportunities, a contract to supply, a workshop to run, a skill to learn, a business to build, and a future to claim. To organize these reforms, I propose a simple but urgent model, and I call it IP. And the I stands for involve, the P stands for protect, and the E stands for expand. The youth factor in all this, ladies and gentlemen, is not a side issue. It is the urgency of this dialogue. The IPE model must be judged by whether it connects mineral wealth to the future of our youth. A country that fails to do that is sitting on both wealth and unhinged risk. So, distinguished guests, by involve, I mean this. Number one, mining communities must become consent providers, not afterthoughts, because Accra cannot determine their fate without them. Number two, mining communities must be recognized not as land donors, but as I said, economic shareholders in the wealth they host. And number three, mining communities must move from consultation to strategic partnerships. They must have a meaningful voice in licensing, clearer access to mining-related opportunities, and deliberate youth pathways into capacity building, mining services, and alternative livelihoods. Local royalty retention must be higher and more decentralized, so development funds reach the people directly. Definite corporate social responsibility contracts must move mining areas from discretionary projects to predictable transformation, helping communities and citizens to see how mineral wealth translates into shared national development. More importantly, ladies and gentlemen, we must promote more indigenous ownership of mines. We must support Ghanaian capital to participate in meaningful exploration, mine development, mine services, and value addition. You can't get more from mining if you don't own the mines. We must expand geological work, open new fields responsibly, and ensure that as production grows, local value also grows. Production without ownership, ladies and gentlemen, is limited. Production without value is leakage. Production without community transformation is a broken social contract. Ladies and gentlemen, I move to the P. And by protect, which stands for the P, I mean water bodies, forest, farmlands, and public health must be treated as non-negotiable national assets. The social license of mining cannot coexist with poisoned rivers and devastated forest reserves. Reclamation and reforestation, which I know Nee Chairman is very passionate about, must be mandatory and effectively enforced. ASM formalization, traceability, and compliance must separate responsible miners from destructive actors. They are not the same. And corporates of irresponsible mining must be prosecuted and punished, no matter whose ox is God, in accordance with law. Fellow countrymen and women, now to the E, expand. And by expand, I mean indigenous ownership and Ghanaian capital must be deliberately supported across exploration, production, and services. Local refining, jewelry fabrication, and downstream industries must be built around production. Responsible and formalized ASM operators should be supported with appropriate hard rock mining equipment with repayment models that strengthen gold bars aggregation while increasing national gold output and mitigating environmental risk. Now, having set out my IPE proposal, let me be clear that this is not theory. This is where passion must push implementation and the social license must be renewed through visible action. Gold Board and government are already driving this agenda. How are we doing this? Number one, Chairman, the Gold Board since its establishment has waged a relentless war against gold smuggling, ensuring the export of about 170 metric tons of ASM gold alone through formal channels. This has generated foreign exchange of over 17 billion United States dollars for the country, thereby strengthening FS market stability, foreign reserves, and macroeconomic stability. Now, by doing this, we are ensuring that Ghanaians directly benefit from the exploitation of the mineral wealth of the nation through improved living conditions. So today, when the Ghana Statistical Service comes out and tells you that inflation is less than 5%, and businesses can get dollars at a rate below 12 Ghana cedis, and that translates into cheaper goods and services, including fuel, then you should know that that is as a result of the gold resources that God has blessed us with. And through the Gold Board intervention of President Mahama, we are making sure that all of us benefit through improved living conditions. Aside these important achievements, ladies and gentlemen, the Gold Board is involving Ghanaians more directly in the gold economy and expanding Ghana's share of value beyond extraction. The Gold Board has made local gold trading the preserve of Ghanaians and is opening space for Ghanaian jewelers, refiners, and young entrepreneurs to move from spectators to active value actors. The Gold Board is fast changing Ghana's tragic story of zero local refining of its gold resources. Chairman, when we took office in 2025, Ghana was producing and exporting a lot of gold. And yet not a gram of that gold was refined locally in Ghana. I'm happy to inform you, Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that under the reset agenda of President Mahama, this year alone, nearly 9 metric tons of gold produced in Ghana has been refined in Ghana before export. This is helping to create sustainable jobs while retaining refining fees and associated benefits in the Ghanaian economy. The planned Ghana Gold Village, to be established by the Gold Board in partnership with the private sector next year, 2027, will support world-class gold jewelry manufacturing, gold fabrication, and international markets for Ghanaian gold products. The implementation of this project will be led by our subsidiary, Gold Board Jewelry Limited, and serve as a platform for skills, enterprise, jobs, and industrial growth. And this is a very important project dear to the heart of the president. Chairman, you go to Dubai today, they don't produce gold in Dubai, but they have a gold souk where you can buy all forms of gold artifacts and ornaments, tablets, coins, and jewelry. We are the lead producer of gold in Africa, once called the Gold Coast. And today we are number 6 in the world. And yet we don't have a gold souk. And so next year, by the grace of God and with your support, under the leadership of President Mahama, we will establish a gold village here in Accra, where you can buy our made in Ghana gold jewelry and artifacts as a store of value, as a gift, or other forms of value. The Gold Board is also preparing to roll out a gold tokenization program in 2027 to promote fractional ownership of Ghana's gold resources by citizens and Africans. Through this initiative, citizens with modest funds can participate in gold-backed investment opportunities. The objective is simple. We must all own and share in the mineral wealth of our nation. Today you can go to mining towns and there are Ghanaians who have not seen gold before. And they don't own gold Because all the gold that is produced is exported outside, and Ghanaians cannot buy that gold. And that is why we are introducing gold tokenization, to allow you to own a fraction of Ghana's gold on your phone, just like you have money on your Momo wallet. And you can spend this gold, use it for payments, transfer it to a friend. You can buy a gold token for your son as a birthday gift. It is better than keeping a savings account. And that is what we are talking about here. Ladies and gentlemen, the Gold Board is also supporting government's fight against illegal mining and the protection of our environment. In addition to the donation of pickup vehicles and a cash amount of 5 million Ghana cedis to the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat last year, the Gold Board is currently in the process of procuring high-spec speedboats for NIMOS to strengthen the fight against illegal mining, particularly in and around water bodies. In close collaboration with the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, the Minerals Commission and ARCOMSDEP, the Gold Board will, starting from January 2027, commence an ASM formalization and financing support program designed to transition artisanal miners into legal, responsible, OECD-compliant operators through regulatory compliance, capacity building, and financing support in the area of concession viability, equipment financing, and mining services. We cannot continue to make mining the preserve of multinationals through large-scale mining. Our youths need to be supported. There are many who are willing to do mining responsibly. Not all the young people doing ASM mining are fixated on destroying the environment. And it is the responsibility of government to provide that congenial atmosphere for such people to thrive. That is what Peru has done, and that is why ASM mining has transformed Peru. And Ghana Gold Board will ensure that we do that starting from next year. Ladies and gentlemen, the Gold Board is scheduled to contract a technology-driven traceability system by the end of the year, this year, 2026, to strengthen responsible sourcing, improve accountability, and make illegal and irresponsible mining less attractive. A national competitive tendering process for this system is currently underway and will ensure that every ounce of gold purchased by the Gold Board is traceable to its mine of origin, so that if it is not a responsible mine, the state can either confiscate it or buy it at a punitive discount as a disincentive for illegal mining. Under our statutory mandate to support sustainability initiatives, the Gold Board has commenced reclamation of 50 hectares of degraded land in the Tano Nimre Forest Reserve. This forest reserve was destroyed before the Gold Board was established, but today we are reclaiming 50 hectares of that. And we plan, Chairman, to ramp up our reclamation program to cover a further 150 hectares of devastated forest lands next year, 2027. Under environmental, social, and governance policy, the Gold Board is fully funding the rehabilitation of 3 of the 6 water treatment plants of the Ghana Water Limited, shut down as a result of poor water quality linked to irresponsible mining and other activities. These 3 plants, Dabuase, Setrehimai, and Bonsa, serve over 76 communities and over 100,000 users in the western and central regions. The rehabilitation of the remaining 3 water treatment plants at Kwenyako, Bayfree Chrome, and Esejui will also be fully funded by the Gold Board next year. And I see the CEO of the Ghana Medical Trust Fund looking at me, because she has also brought us a proposal to buy some equipment. And it's a very important, request that she has put before us this afternoon. And I can tell you, as CEO of Gold Board, that next year we'll be donating at least 1 MRI to the Ghana Medical Trust Fund. Chairman, the Gold Board is also addressing one of the biggest barriers to Ghanaian participation in mining: the risk capital required for geological investigations. Under our mining support program, Gold Board is partnering with the Ghana Geological Survey Authority to undertake geological studies of mineralized areas, de-risk investments, attract credible international investors, and responsibly expand Ghana's mining base. Geological investigations are currently ongoing at Funsi in the Upper West region and Bensre in the Ashanti region, fully funded by the Gold Board. These studies will help build a reliable investment-grade asset portfolio, reduce investor risk, and position Gold Board to negotiate stronger equity stakes in the resulting model mines that will be established. These are not ordinary commercial interventions. They are strategic investments to expand production, ownership, and socioeconomic impact for Ghana. Further, to address the problem of purity losses in the ASM gold trade space and under declaration of mining revenues in general, the Gold Board will, by November this year, 2026, commence the construction of an ultra-modern ISO-certified national assay laboratory in Ghana. This will completely transform Ghana's primitive assay regime and enable the Gold Board as a national assayer to undertake the golden standard of assay, fire assay, on all ASM and large-scale gold outputs before export. The land for this project has already been secured at Aviance Cargo Village at Accra International Airport. Architectural drawings and bills of quantities have been finalized, and the procurement process is currently underway to select a contractor for this landmark project. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the task before us is not simply a decision to mine gold or not. It is about how we involve, protect, and expand to justify the social license to operate. We must build a mining economy that produces dignity, opportunity, resilience, and transformation for our kith and kin while protecting our environment. Communities, traditional leaders, development partners, the media, civil society, academia, and the private sector all have a role in making this social license real. Together, let us build a mining sector where the child of a mining community can easily aspire and become a geologist, engineer, jeweler, fabricator, environmental scientist, equipment operator, entrepreneur, or a mine owner. Let us build a mining sector where communities do not merely hear of the benefits of mining, but experience them. A mining sector where regulators are respected because they are firm, fair, and transparent. If we get this right, Ghana will not only produce gold, Ghana will produce prosperous mining towns, strategic industries around its minerals, and deeper community trust. So let this national mining dialogue mark a turning point. Let it be the moment we chose to involve, to protect, and to expand, not as slogans, but as a national duty to our youth, our communities, our environment, and generations on board. Thank you very much for your attention, and may God bless our homeland, Ghana.
So we can do it better. A round of applause for Lawyer Sami Jemfi. That was our keynote speaker for that awesome delivery. Lawyer Sami Jemfi, the CEO of the Ghana Gold Board. As I announced earlier, he came with his deputy CEO, Lawyer Richard Nune Beku, also came along, plus the team from the Ghana Gold Board. Let me announce to the gathering here that earlier the administrator of the Ghana Medical Trust Fund made a point about partnership with a fund. I am happy to announce that they began a promotion called Trewodo. And there is a bowl in their boot. Do we have it there? Fantastic. So please, if you turn to your right from where you are seated. So please lift it and let everyone see. When you go to the Ghana Medical Trust Fund booth and you have something to donate, Kitwebia Insa, that contribution can help save a life from your community, from my hometown in Manson Musenso. So please let's help a good cause. Or ebia usika kakitwe be $1,000 bia na odi akwa kotum. Eno no ye de odi man sesa na odi atum no weja hoko. $10,000 bia no weja to. Bibia be fa yedamu nyina ase. And thank you so much. Let's do this to help a worthy cause. Let me also introduce a veteran journalist, Kobi Fiagbe. Kobi is okay, fantastic. Let's welcome Kobi Fiagbe. Please rise and let them see you. Aye Jumano Papa Kobi Fiagbe. And also let's say a big welcome to a very good friend of ours, a friend of Ekosi saying who has been very, very instrumental in getting the president of the Ghana Traditional Council, the chairperson of this event, join us. Robert Coleman is the aide to the Ghana chair and CEO of Wembley AstroTurf. Robert, are you here? Wow, Robert Coleman. Ocean Toma, we're Friday, Robert, Eniabre, thank you so much for your instrumentality in helping us put this amazing event together. Now we'll do a quick panel discussion, and that will be on Gold Board and the interventions they've put in place. You've heard the CEO. Maybe the industry experts have some questions for him, some other contributions. When we are done with the panel discussion, we'll do our open forum, the Q&A. You can ask any question from the first presenters to the current presenters, and then they will be here to respond. So let me, without wasting much time, call on the CEO of the Chamber of Gold Buyers. The CEO of the Chamber of Gold Buyers. If he's here, please join us up here for our panel discussion. The CEO of the Gold Buyers Chamber. Is he here? Okay, please a round of applause for him as he joins us here. Oh, Mama Yamonsem Emano, or a big man, papa. Yes. Okay. And we also have the Deputy CEO of the Gold Board, Lawyer Richard Nunekpeku. Please, lawyer, join us up here for this panel discussion. Lawyer Richard Nunekpeku. Wow. And the president of the Small Scale Miners Association. Yes. Please join us here as well. Yes. Okay, good. And then I saw Francis Owusu Achao, yes. No problem. So, Prepra, please join us up here. A round of applause for Prepra, Concerned Small Scale Miners President. And I will join this panel so we get the discussions underway. Immediately we are done, we would come with the open forum. Okay, no problem.
You can't sit down now. Because me for.
Okay, so I have to do this quickly. I'm told our chairperson, His Royal Majesty, has been gracious unto us and been with us for the last about 4 hours or so. That's unbelievable. And for that, we are deeply, deeply grateful. Every good thing will have to come to an end. So the government chair would want to leave respectfully. So we would accord him that honor for him to leave us, and then we'll continue with the conversation. So let's all be upstanding, please, as our government chair leaves. Thank you. Thank you. You may please resume your seat. So our very final panelist would be the Chief Technical Officer and Head of Operations at MIF, Kwabena Banin. Kwabena, please join us up here. Thank you so much. A round of applause for Kwabena. So now we'll get into the conversations. Please, your microphones are with you. You can pick it up and then we'll get. So Kwabena, you can have this.
All right. Okay.
Good. So the two of you, you have a microphone there. Let me quickly start with the Chamber of Gold Buyers. So you can pick the microphone and then, yes. Good. So for the chamber in the value chain, when you say Chamber of Gold Buyers, who do you represent in the value chain as far as the work Gold Board is doing is concerned? You answer that question and then we move. Who do you represent in the value chain?
Yeah, so the licensed gold buyers represents the category within the chain that the gold board...
Can you hear him? Okay. Yes.
Yes, I was saying that the licensed gold buyers represent the category of players within the value chain that gold board regulates.
Oh, okay. Okay. So those who buy gold, exactly. Licensed gold buyers.
They have to be
and the
licensed.
gold board regulates you.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. Okay. So as far as the reforms are concerned, because the gold board was set up not just to buy and sell gold, but also to regulate the space, which of the initiatives are you very much concerned about as gold buyers?
So for us, as a chamber, our position is that we align with the formalization program of the gold board.
Okay.
That is the broad agenda, which shows out the aggregation model. Now, when you look broadly at as a chamber, we think policy. When you look broadly at the agenda, it cuts across from the base to the top. In terms of supply chain. So right from buying gold from the bottom, then you get to the licensed. When you get to the license, you have to get to the refinery. But you see, what Gold Board is doing is that they've introduced, or they are yet to introduce those categories.
Oh, okay.
So oftentimes the discussion is around licensed gold buyers or licensing. Gold Board is looking under the formalization program of licensing buyers, licensing fabricators, jewelers, smelters, refineries, transporters, bullion, and importers. So when you look at the entire chain, it means that the objective is picking the product from the base and making sure that it's what value is added before it goes out.
Oh, okay.
So that is the broad, policy of the formalization. That's what we think of as a chamber. We believe that it's a policy we are 100% aligned with.
Yes, fantastic. So that's the chamber boss. I just received a message from Hopeson Adoye, who interestingly is listening to us, and he says, Obi, small scale miners don't understand English, so let them speak Tree. Anyways, so sorry. Obuana omwa. Anyways, small scale miners president, please pick the microphone beside you. Yes. Okay. And it's a remember here on.
First of all, I'm correct. I'm the General Secretary.
Oh, General Secretary of the Association.
Yeah, of
that's
the
fine.
Ghana National Association.
That's fine. That's fine. Good. Inti, if we say yenfa kasa ne mfrafra, say the members be brain so ebete. Iri utie Gold Board CEO, muna won eye adwuma directly. So we share reforms no mu propose na ebeboa mo.
Yo, me da say, say make brofuni tree na me
Yes.
afra.
Yes.
First of all, me opening statement me man say you better Gold Board say. And you see, wherever the real value of resources are felt where the beneficial owners are. And yekita ye owners of the mines say if free chrome ha a hono ubehu the real value. If you look at places like Bandan Kwanta area around Bali, those days are mining in Hono. We share the whole place now, very quiet. You don't see so much investment in there. But with mining, especially ASMA, most of the development, because they are indigenous who owns the place and mine, they invest in their communities.
Yes.
So that's why I say you see the real value where you have the beneficial owners where they exist, you see. Another one is people talk about Joburg, Johannesburg, they compare it with Obuasi. The difference also is those who own the mines are indigenous, so they invest their monies where they live. So until say the beneficial owners of our mines will be Ghanaians, will not feel the real value. Because then the money will repatriate outside. So that's the opening statement. But when it comes to Gold Board with the Ghana National Association of Small Scale Miners, it has been very, very, the partnership is really strong. Right from the inception of the Gold Board, the small scale miners were involved in the technical committee. The technical committee, we brought our expertise to bear. We bring this small scale for the initiative and school. But yes, sir. As of whom, we have lawyers, we have doctors, we have so many people in that. As of whom, we have
the small scale miners.
Yes, they mine. We have pastors, we have all this group. They are all parts and parcel of the small scale operation. So I would say,
was a lawyer for
we have lawyers, doctors. But sometimes when issue happen, as if it's only the ones you see who are dressed in. No, but we have real entrepreneurs who are within the space and doing very well in terms of their operations, more formalized than what we see on the screens all the time. And see, make us a small scale, a good board buy. It has also brought some sort of dignity and respect to the small scale mining sector, because now people are seeing the real economic contribution of the small scale miners, because as of now, about 52% of the total gold produced comes from the small scale mining sector. So once the Gold Board has come in and be able to sanitize the downstream aspect, where you'll be able to get funds flowing from Gold Board through aggregator down to tier 1 and tier 2, it has really brought some sort of sanity, and the rate of smuggling have also reduced.
Gone down.
And this, I would say, is because of the solid foundation that were laid before we took off. Because we have likes like Mbebani and all that. The CEO really called the best that he think he could assemble, so that at the end of the day, we use their brains to come out with something that will last for generations. So I must applaud the CEO, Honorable Sami Jemfi, for that work that is done. And that is what we are seeing. So when it comes to the small scale mining aspect, we have 52% or the small scale industry have really helped Ghana to be number 6. How then do we sustain it? Because these minerals, you exploit them, it will reach a stage that, especially the alluvia is going out. What then do we do so that we can sustain the operations of small scale mining, so that they can contribute their quota to development? There's a need for exploration. And I'm happy that the Gold Board mentioned that, because that's one. If you explore, you know where the minerals are, and you'll be able to get a bankable document to raise funds to support the
need for exploration. That exploration should be done by who? By government? The need
for exploration, now Gold Board is doing part, Minerals Commission, and it's government. But what we have proposed is we need to also sustain exploration. How then do you sustain it? So once we get where the bearings, the gold bearings are, is issued to small scale miners, they should pay for the cost. Because once the place have been defined and you are not having what we call try and error basis, you know you can get bankable documents, you can get proper mine plan and all that to exploit your minerals with the right technology. Why can't you pay the cost of the exploration? Because out of every 10 exploration you do or 20, sometimes you don't even get anything. So once the place is explored, we shouldn't think that you are going to get it for free. If you get it for free, then how Gold Board or the government continue with further exploration for other people to also benefit? So those are one of the proposals that we gave out. Number 2 is to build the capacity of small-scale miners. for them to be able to work and go through the process very well.
Now, no, what say on his speech name?
Yes,
also.
I'm reinforcing some of the things that I said because we are all part and parcel of the process.
Sure.
So it's not just the Gold Board moving towards one direction, but Gold Board is moving with the whole industry or stakeholders together. And the other one.
I'll come back to you. Pepra, who represent a concerned small scale miners association. Good. Gold Board CEO, Uniana some of the initiatives more as small scale miners. Who will be out there?
First of all, Gold Board is a brainchild of small scale miners.
Okay.
Before the election, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama met with small scale miners, and we told him that when it comes to buying, it is the foreigners who are benefiting. Because it was only the Indians, the Chinese, and the Lebanese who were into the buying of gold.
Yes.
What PMMC was doing was only issuing licenses for them to buy.
For people to come and buy gold.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then how they export it, after government getting the taxes, they just export it to wherever they want to take the gold to. So after having a conversation with the president, he said, okay, fine, then he would constitute a committee to bring about how Ghanaians can benefit and how people are exploiting the system by exporting the gold illegally to other countries. That brought about the
Gold Board, okay.
Rebecca said, the Gold Board itself, team and the what could be done. And it will be a Gold Board.
Okay.
And after the Gold Board was inaugurated, team so everything that Gold Board is doing in collaboration with
small scale miners.
Yeah,
no? Okay.
Because without re-mining, the Gold Board will not get any gold to buy.
Yeah.
Until you better Gold Board so buy before now prices was like a black market. Obia won the price of little gold in this country. Uko India, he has a price, he buys from Nipo Phillips to me. I have a good negotiation with them. Uko Lebanese or no what the price or the auditor. When you go to Dubai, what they will tell you is the gold in Dubai, almost 70 to 80% of the gold in Dubai comes from Ghana. But
70 to 80%.
Yes.
Gold in Dubai.
Yeah, it comes from Ghana. But when you check on the books in this country, because the gold in Dubai, so a lot of people were exporting the gold without paying taxes to the government. And to say to me, in a way, at least, able to stop it, the illegal trade. And then for Faso export every Ghana. At least Ghana will benefit. And that is what we are seeing now.
Yeah.
Before, small scale miners contribute in this country. Because not gold, not Ghana for a Faso. But, and now it has come to the notice small scale mining is the leading producer of gold in this country.
Ghana.
And time Gold Board buy and Africans who say no now Ghana gold no at least it to me say world crown from 7th you say you 2
number 6
you see about on the seat position. Whatever Gold Board is doing, we are in support and better in your Samijin fee in Swasi.
Yeah. But the question has been asked, sir. Mwejuma yemun sono. Eya mumbi so mfa kwan papa so enye adwuma no. Na the distraction abre environment yensuo ene ade. Gold Board CEO kan say omo emwa in that regard ombehwa mwejuma no maye no kwan papa so. Se ubebusa bibia fi won how to help only one members are ebe de ade.
I believe say CEO I have a lot of conversation. Now one thing
my microphone in Kowano.
One thing I hear say CEO you be almost all the things we discuss are funny serious.
Okay.
And say any discuss here, what we see is results. So in your more bekan wa hay nyina in your ma in natna se akasa. And now we okay fine. What we are saying makes sense, and for that matter, so to me, Edia Hodi Beshimwa, yes, we be to me in empowerment. Now you to me ide akoyenim.
Yeah.
First, ubejo concession. Uje concession we are minerals commission there the amount. Whether that concession has minerals in it, you don't know. So we sat down with him and we were like, look, we are bringing gold, but yes, we are boka. So one thing in mining, a very expensive exploration. Because look at so very expensive. Into even last year, no. Omusika baby, no budget and it goes into exploration. Into any kind also okay, then that's fine. Obey some places be or you be exploration. Now you know the data of the place. Send we know say viable. It is okay mining. There is no way say be obeboka. And it comes to responsible mining.
Yes.
In a sense that we are mining where you need to reclaim. Now okay juma na boka. Na say baby akoye no sike nyina hye obeda reclaim. That is one thing na ama baby nine to me reclaim land egua abe problem to this country. And to say it means the right sponsor. We are Dumabeniska, then you can easily reclaim and come back to the responsible mining.
Okay. No. On my yes, high exploration on my yes.
As we speak now, ye baby good board a discussion. Me no can say exploration no.
Koso.
Yeah.
Oh really?
Yes.
Oh okay.
Inti nina ya dia good board by abeboa. Secondly, first now. The foreigners were buying the gold 15% discount to 10% discount. And on why foreign didn't come on. You get the better prices. Yeah. But I mean, no, because the gold board price is here. No, they are buying it almost like the world market price.
Oh.
And sector no, I am boarding here. Because now there is no cheating in the system.
We're sure.
Yes. And that is the truth. Because you see, every morning they bring about the prices. It's nipa bi auto gold be in price and say A, B, A1, A2. Into Ukwa, you know the price now do go there the echo. But before the day, Ukwa Takwa, the price they buy the gold is different. Ukwa Obuasia, the price they buy gold is different. Uba Kumasia, no funko the Burkina Faso on their own price. But now gold board buy, you know, these are things that to me a system. And when we do that, gradually it empowers the sector. Empowering the sector, no, it builds us up. Now the Kanka be an issue to me a large scale mining. It's a better good board as
wow. Yeah, that's it. Let me talk to the MIF director of head of operations at MIF. So that's Kwabena Banin. Kwabena, hope you are well.
I'm well, thank you.
Fantastic.
Obi.
Fantastic. So we knew MIF, and we knew at a point MIF was also into the buying of gold. Now you are out of that space, right?
All right. So let me first begin by saying a big thank you to the multimedia group for putting this show together. I think it's such a wonderful platform, and going forward we should be having many more such engagements.
Thank you.
And then second of all, let me say also a big thank you to the CEO of the Gold Board and his team for what they are doing for God and country. I think it's something that is beyond imagination, and in that regard, Ghana is a pace setter, and other countries are going to definitely follow suit. So thank you, Mr. CEO, for what you're doing. Yeah. So, Obi, as you may know, MIF is a sister agency to the Gold Board.
Yes.
Primarily, our objective is we are an investment house.
Okay.
So our objective is clearly to invest or identify opportunities along the entire mining value chain, and to invest in those projects for the benefit of Ghanaians.
Okay.
Our source of investable capital is the royalties.
Okay.
So the royalties that accrue to government,
the royalties paid by the large-scale mining companies.
The large-scale mining companies, a portion of it comes to us, and that forms our investable capital for investment. And with the coming into being of the gold board, we have moved away from the trading of gold, and we are now focusing primarily on opportunities along the entire mining value chain. So we're talking mining, mine support services, and then also downstream processing, which is also connected to mining. So we are focused on that.
So to the Ghanaian people listening, if we are to ask how much do we have as a country in investment under the auspices of MEF, how much?
All right, so I can give you the assets that we have under management.
Okay.
So currently we have about 7 billion cedis in total as assets under management. And if you look at that, the breakdown of that...
7 billion Ghana cedis.
Correct.
Okay.
So if you look at that, a portion of that is into direct equity investment. You have some that are into what you call fixed income space.
Yes.
And then also the alternative investment category. Yes.
Wow. That's really interesting. I mean, 7 billion. And all of those are from royalties paid by the large-scale mining companies?
Primarily so, and then also the returns on investment.
Okay.
Into your investment now in Faswa.
Oh. I don't know. I am investing in them. We real estate and I'm
there be real estate there no go.
Okay.
You focus primarily on the mining value chain. Into small scale it may invest or in fact we a number of years ago, I said about 2 or so years ago, partner with Mincom identify what you call small scale mining assets that have the potential to grow to become mid-tier or large scale. And then we went in and we did what you call a de-risking mechanism, where we basically did a resource estimation work, because mining is primarily dependent on geology.
Sure.
So the resource has to be there for you to be able to go in and invest. And that was the first step in de-risking the project, is to establish how much gold is in the ground, and then thereafter we're able to then go in and then, do mine, what you call flow sheet designs, and then mine plan designs, with a view of we're going to then invest in them and grow them to become mid-tiers.
In your large-scale mining company, you are Ghana MEF, investing in terms of equity, anything. Your large-scale mining company,
yes, you're investing in Asante.
Asante. Oh, there will be BBN, no?
BBN, BBN, and
Chirano.
Yeah.
And Onkwa.
And you're investing also in Atlantic Lithium. And also your large scale.
Yes.
But you're investing in the holding company. And then because at the time you're investing, the local asset was not in production. So we invested in the holding company with a view of, say, local projects in the start here. Would also invest in that as well.
Oh, okay. Yes. Okay, that's interesting. It is a small scale miner na pay investment ewo na adwuma mu a obama ho amobetima boano ana mo de na ntesa
you bet me but there's a whole raft of processes so go through. You better documentation, you better governance structure, you better resource estimation work away. And then on the back of that, you bet me near establish the risky project.
Yes.
And sana you invest
more discussion.
Yes.
Okay, that's interesting. I mean, that's the Minerals Income Investment Fund. MECO Deputy CEO Ghana Gold Board. That's Richard Nunekweku. Richard, do you want to speak Chi, a bit of Chi? Okay. So, I mean, I just wanted to know, for some of the initiatives your boss mentioned, so for example, traceability, where are we on that now?
Okay. Thank you so much, Obi.
Mm-hmm.
On the issue of traceability, we see it as very germane to the issue of formalization of the small-scale mining sector. Because the whole idea is for us to be able to trace the gold from where it is mined to when the gold gets to us. So that what that means is that we must be very elaborate and deliberate about the process. And being the first time we are looking at introducing a technology-backed process for being able to track and trace every ounce that is mined across the country. It meant that the scope of work, which has to do with the technical specifications of the solution and what the terms of reference will have to be for the developers, must be very comprehensive. So what that implies also means that we must undertake a lot of stakeholder engagement. So we did a lot of stakeholder engagement with the Small Scale Mining Association, with other industry stakeholders like the Ghana UK Gold Program and others to be able to come up with a very sustainable terms of reference that can help us deliver a result which is credible and time tested. So that is what we've done over the period, and it was based on that terms of reference that we've gone through the procurement process of using a national competitive tendering process. So like CEO said, we are at a very advanced stage of that procurement. And when we did the announcement for expression of interest, it will interest you to note that we had 29 companies. 29 companies, both Ghanaians and Ghanaian companies that have international partnerships, applying to be able to develop that solution for us. Those 29 companies were shortlisted to 19 from the initial eligibility process. And those 19 companies have also gone through what we call the proof of concept and submission of technical proposals and financial proposals. And currently, those proposals have been evaluated, and we are almost near to the announcement of the winner from that process. And we think that the company that will emerge, the eventual service provider, will be a company that have a tested solution because of the process we've gone through. We've gone through technical proposals, we've gone through proof of concept, and this has been a process which had involved almost all the stakeholders. So we had participation from the Bank of Ghana, we've had participation from Small Scale Miners Association, we've had participation for civil society, and then the Gold Board. So that's the process we're using currently, and that's where we are. We're hoping by the end of the year, we'll have a solution that we can begin piloting for an eventual nationwide deployment in the next 2 to 3 years.
Okay, fantastic. So that's the Deputy CEO. This segment here as interactive as possible. Good. So Equia will be going around. If you have a question, a contribution, fortunately for us, the Gold Board CEO himself is still here with us. Some of our earlier speakers are still here. Any question from everything you've heard, please, you can ask contribution. Equia, Brahas and who first 2 hands.
Obi,
Ghana, Gold Board jewelry and the Waha. Okwa bracelets, necklace, ring. Say ring go. Asomade and so Bibia, we a gold, papa. Gold you can trust. 18 karat, 18 karat. 24 karat, 24 karat. And you a born in so form. The upeja area, the gold tablet, good. In the gold tablet, no so investable product. Wait me ako. Oko tobi de choha gold debia appreciate. Inti obia anto a piece of Ghana and sana. you're free her.
Obi hwe ne we animi so a.
Sure. Medical trust fund box.
Box ni eti kakra bia nso ayibi ma ne e wode betum bia e so a onye krado so a mpanimfo no ye betumi age wo number wo de wo ma wo nsa so a send number na ade be ma yen hyehyɛ kakra bia no ye betumi
ye me aba no crab box no so ye brutal. O ye brutal.
Wona ya wo.
Enti monhwe na monfa bibi kakra
o kakra bi na ade atum na de show bi e wom so no wo de aka ho eti abusiafo ebraso mpanimfo e wo ha se mi gidi senye nyina na yenya akwan ebetena ha kasa bi nipa bebre so wo hono mo asembisa wom eti uma ho nsa so a
agwa me hu say Joy Amanin as a former independent presidential candidate in
for so many years.
Yes. Our question, our contribution there na why. Yes, Joy.
Yeah, Obi Midabasi, Nejumapa Modi. Na mestre say answer na mekasano. You were the month of August.
Sure.
This month na yempenyu for bese mwotwe.
Mwotwe.
Omuwui. Ebeya mommy for just 30 seconds of silence. And mawomo.
Yeah. You have a point. Please, if we may all rise. 30 seconds silence.
May their souls rest in peace. Amen. Obi, me kasa, me obia maya juma o mansin. And I was a board member of Anglo-Go way back in 1998. Sam Jonah. During that time, near Yama blacks across other countries as experts. And into a kawa maya omundim goda takwa 1877 eshasi. And Obuasi 1896. Na ansa na mekasa no. Mama memo gold board abasho. Ya wanyama bebre wa ha ne yaka ya churo. Dr. Poda no otime ha no. Aha ya frɛ ha Kempiski gold Kempiski. Oye awani nti ya frɛ ha no gold Kempiski. I link it up to internationally. Solutions ne nneɛma ya diama way back from 2010. Nneɛma ya kan say besi on my from small scale mine, right from the boardroom of AGC. And then Asempa can say was a mutimide in Sasini B and much small scale miners. I was here say we have a socio-economic challenge.
Yeah.
And so for that matter, we need socio-economic solutions. Royalties, no. MOI. Now we have, I'll say who said production sharing agreement. That is what we need as a nation, where we are and where we've grown. And then, go for alliances, a form of political. I will never vouch for say young Pamo entirely. And I will never also vouch to say we need to continue with the way we've been dealing with them. But now, any production sharing agreement, whereby we can owe as much, either 50-50 or even 60-40 for Ghanaians.
Yeah.
And also that aspect of trying to legislate corporate
social responsibility. Yeah.
I think it's you see, we are just trying to allow the government to renege its responsibility of development. I'll say, government, it's me who say, your only responsibility is to obey developer. And in some bibria or hinena kayen, and it's an ame bomb in some mano.
Okay.
Yemma ahimfuno should be at the center of our gold business, and especially from the upstream. From the upstream. The upstream is the mining.
Okay.
The midstream is the refining. And the downstream is the refining.
Sure.
When we get them involved, That is the only means you bet me a reserve. But there's one sad thing that is going on.
Finally.
Omo mining gold, almost say and sass. Politicians are at the center of it. Let's speak the truth. See, ye politicians, if you understand politicians, because you hear the right now, you babua. And to end it, or share the theme now.
Yes.
Or say rethinking. What?
Rethinking the social license to operate.
Why social licenses and not economic licenses? And everything that we've been talking about boils down to economic licenses and development of the areas and things like that. Obi, Mauritius thrives on sugarcane economy. Sugar, essentially. The per capita GDP is over $19,000. Ghana with our gold, with our oil, with our everything, you know 3,500. It's near my gold board as I see those initiatives on small scale mines. That is what we need.
Okay.
But traceability, no. Me per se, me sign a caution. It's not possible. Gold, unlike diamond, they use the structure, the DBS, to trace the origin of that diamond. But gold, when you melt it, depending on its purity, you may not know where it's coming from.
Where it is coming from.
And so I don't know the kind of technology that they want to use.
Okay.
And sending a new some agencies.
Okay.
Also, in the future, what cause financial loss
to the state.
That's
fine. Maybe obey the kind of technology we used to. But Joy, former presidential candidate into Yaman America,
Obi, maybe na ya sembisane adwenche ebese tew sene kan ye bring ntina yenuaba Docas Bosombo se obi wa friend Docas Bosombo a yebesrew na wakwachi ha baby Adum TV ye logo no e won ko homa ye obi bia bedi e honom na yentumi emfama na obi yemfasida ema Becky Scott.
Yes.
Becky Scott or Mother Roma omo eso ya snem yetumi eba ha se unipa kro uhia e dan bi property bi e na uhia wokọ abonte honom a Becky Scott omo ho.
Okay.
Nchemu bi ewo mu yede ebema wo e na wohwe ye nifa so ha se so a nepfo so enema wo ho uni se adwumawura no yede ofa di kan no abawiege sei ne ebeto so mienu ye no beko ama addition for students wokọ ho no mo a nchemu no ye nuanom enema e wo
support 3,000 youth.
Yes.
With support and the Jumera, which is really good. I mean, the illegal mine in Hong Kong, when they are idle, when you obey. I think it's a fantastic initiative. Jumera, 3,000 until we are now. Ralph, Okasa, okay, now Ralph, Akasana, good, and they will come to this. With your free Hana, ya bad this too. Obia Benya Kasa, why? Opening me to Udine. Yes,
all right. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Sure.
The Cyrus of Tuntum Network. Tuntum
Network, okay.
Yes. And this question is actually for my big brother Sami Jamfi.
Okay.
And it's also meant for the sector minister and the president ultimately. He now understands perfectly well how the industry works.
Yes.
And I have two questions. My first question is this. Knowing all that he knows at this point, the benefits gold is giving Ghana, where now gold has become the bedrock of our economy. When are we to expect the nation Ghana, the country Ghana, start its first state-owned mining company?
Okay.
Is this ever going to be a reality under John Dramani Mahama's government?
Okay.
Should we be looking out for it? Okay. Yes or no? I want to hear from my brother Sami Jamfi. But I want to first of all commend him for the wonderful job he has done so far.
Okay.
Look, I've been in the industry. I used to be in the small scale. He is my senior man. The NASM secretary is my senior man. So I know the changes he has brought into the industry. But ultimately, I want to see Ghana own a state-owned
mine. Fantastic.
So that is my first question. My second question, is, which is very short. Well, very, very short. all the small-scale mining companies in Ghana, whom we see on TV, who have destroyed river bodies, vegetation and all of that, who never reclaimed the land, all of them, most of them, they are registered companies that were given concessions to go and mine on. When is the government going to call all of these small-scale mining companies who mined, never reclaimed the land, and left with the money and all of that, when we know them by company names?
At the Minerals Commission.
At the Minerals Commission. We know them by company names. We know the owners of those businesses, and they have mined, they have been prosperous, and they never came back to reclaim the land. Because we know them, when are we going after them?
After them, okay.
To make them reclaim the land.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Elembele KK, that's a question to you.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon and good evening to everybody here and those watching us globally. My own goes to the chief that spoke up here.
Yes, Dapinto Jasene.
Say, and all those of us who are with the conviction that traditional rulers should be given the opportunity to be taken over or be part of this gold conversation, we first need to identify what are their plans for their communities as well. If you have a plan, then we are having a conversation which you are part of, then we are actually involving you to support the dream of which you have in building that dream in respect to the mineral resources you have in your community. But I can boldly say for all these years, we don't even have, some of these chiefs don't even have plans for it. And he himself, respectfully, admits in a video that he didn't even know the amount of profit Goldfields has been making from his area. And that he came out to admit that if Goldfields mining is making more than $450 million, then he retracts his statement or negotiations or whatever, respectively, he said with them, for them coming to tile his palace. And I think that speaks, something of us as a country. And if we are going to engage such chiefs, I don't think we have a future. Now, we have the National House of Chiefs as part of governance. What are the policies they are bringing on board when it comes to our mineral resources and making sure that we structure a policy that would affect our future as a nation?
That's fine.
So
that's fine.
I think that first we need to, they have to have a plan.
A plan for the
Then the nation, I think that one I'm not going to speak deep into it because Tuntum already talked about it. When are we going to have, or does the gold board has any plan of whatever monies we are generating today going to have a future in Ghana investing into owning our own mineral resources?
Thank you. That's fine. Thank you. Yemra this row. We'll come back. Why Yemra this row. Yes. Yemfa minu wa hanafe. Yinyi anona. Yasanya ba me to be abenya time akasa wa yesrem.
Okay, obi me da se me den de nanajuma prempe.
Sure.
Okosunya na am yesunya bankum hena don tehene. Nti ma me mo mi amenua sami jamfi ene ereke.
Oye bankum hene no na don tehene.
Na don tehene. Na adwuma mo bɔ no so sunyane man ye ni age me question ye tietia me nhyɛ ni man ni mbebre.
Okay.
The bad them person me kan say wo hwɛ gold board 1149 say na mandate wo mo section 3 and 4 no eka administrative regional offices in the district.
Yes.
But me say me hu say omo plans no but omo my road map say bia 2027 on betimi amenya 3 regional offices in there. Say na be ya enkoye to say Accra Nkwa.
I think that's a good question. Yeah, that's a good question. Okay, in the way we are now, they are briefly.
Thank you very much. My name is Nereus, and I know our discussion today is more on the social and the economic operations of mining. I would want to bring in the aspect of health because I've read quite a number of papers talking about the health risk of mining. Talk about the skin diseases, the non-communicable diseases and all that. So I would want to find out that are there specific mechanisms, I know there are regulations when it comes to occupation and then safety of the miners. But then are there specific mechanisms to check the health of the people living in these mining communities, to check, their exposure, and then how best we can also help them? Thank you.
That's a good one. Are you a student?
Yeah, that's it.
You just graduated.
Yeah,
okay.
Yo, thank you. Obi, my name is Kofi Thando. So earlier this year, around March, na Gold Board for say almost establish Gold Board district buying centers.
Yes.
Now, my question is, what is the progress? I could see saying.
Okay.
But I feel say, spread the wealth. Now, it was one of the ways that they could spread the wealth. And then the other question is Gold Board also share maybe a route via current buyers, then they shift into mining. So when you buy what build a profit for a long time, is Gold Board looking for a route where they can help them to go into mining?
That's a good question. That's a good question.
Thank you very much.
Obi answer na metwas mame for baba ko
onu wia yenyi anu nwene asan so aba why? Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. I would like to acknowledge the presence of the CEO of Gold Board. Okay. Yes. Lawyer Sami Jemfi, thank you for helping the youth and also the goals you have for the youth. My question is, I'm a little nervous already for my phone.
No problem.
Okay.
You are in safe hands.
Okay. There is a technology that does not use water for gold mining.
Yes.
What is the Gold Board doing about it with regards to small-scale mining to reduce the destruction of our water bodies and soil, and also to preserve our life?
Yeah.
Our health.
I think that's a good question.
Thank you.
That's a good question. Thank you. So let's come deal with the answers and then we'll come back. Some of the questions directly to the Gold Board, and then the other, Elembele Keke, you have one. Yes.
Thank you very much. I think I had broadly two main questions. And Bako came from two questioners, and they wanted to know, sir, Gold Board, Ewo, and Shesheye, and Atibu Pobi, sir, at some point, and Faswa Yenya no go the dready hono. Yedibibe boy establish a miner,
a state-owned mining company
by Ghana. The answer is an emphatic yes.
Okay.
Na ore speech na making kind na make a answer. So on say the entire Ghana ye onu mine no ya na ya hye ne sa enye obi na ye ne sa. A deliberate policy a Ghana decided say ye establish mine na manabasa. But Embra ba besia ko ama yahu say sa policy no amwaye nti e wo say sesa. Inti America sa na say te say the enua pepra kan no. The first processor I was say ukum ansa na watumi I establish a unu mine. Eye de obroni friend no exploration.
Okay.
I was say opesika pemfidie na odikoye nhwehwemu hu say gold agudie no ebi was asase bi so na ne dodo e wo ho no obroni say commercially viable like ade a o ka say we establish a commercial mine e de atu a emfaso beba mu ana emmem nti free mretentia ye sate say ye tu gold o Ghana no just like oil Ghana buying decided say san hwehwemu a ye de pay gold no risky. Na would sika kushim ye hwehwemu no na we anya gold no a waboka
yeah.
Enti ye de ye mfa ye sika anya dai enkushim enti ye bema ye betie enwuma yoku a omo behwe so na wo ya nkran na wo pese wo kɔhwehwe a wo de usika ne wo mfidi aba be de akɔhwehwe na za wo boka ne kɔhwehwe na wo hudi a na wo tu a na jese ye age ye hye eno na former speaker ka say jikodidi no eno ne friend royalty na jese ye hwehwe agudie no usika nka ho nti enya de a wo betumi anya mu shares a esombo a ebetumi ama wo man no asesa asem na ye kani nyina na wiye no no eno nti na wo ko ba bi ti say UAE a Dubai a omo oil e wo ho no Omo ma okwan say wo fa sika berehwe. Omo ankasa establish state companies are omo di sika ataw machi say mo hwe oil ma ye. Wo do sika korehwe bia wo ye adwuma ma omo. Ba ye de no the reverse is the case. Obroni no anankrankra no na de ni sika berehwe. No hu a ono ade ni sika develop mine no. And therefore aban ni shares bia wo mu a esombo. So and Gold Board, since last year, we've been thinking about this and we've been trying to change this narrative. Okay. And unti and I had a crata comma Minerals Commission say, Monagana goodie nyina no emra no de ahyemunza. Nti monchire baby a mo maps etchre mo say we areas say mineralize a goodie wo ho. Na ye de emfaso a as Gold Board ye nya no gold adwade no. Ebi akohwehwe gold aye exploration na if it besi negana yemfa sika nhye muda nti ye start ya chebe 3 months ni ukofunsi in the Upper West region over 120 kilometers square of mineralized area released to us by Minerals Commission. We are conducting geological
120 kilometers.
Yes, kilometers square. And yankofo broni companies on merhe emaye na yetuaneka Yaya Ghana Geological Survey Authority established by the Constitution. Ifimre tentena omunya adwuma because aban and resource omo na yabo omo pa yetu omo ka over 30 million Ghana cedis to make the fund. It is omo hwe gold no mu say gold ni nia. Once the commercial find is made, then you move to the second stage of development of mine. And nyame adom Ghana form 20 adwuma pa omampenya daroma Gold Board o ye no emma yemfaso a ye fi se ya ye betumi anya sika e de develop some mine no na sempo ye be ma obroni ana ankrankre e de ni sika be ka ye ho ama ye develop mine na enkoye se be develop mine na ma ye
Jikodede
royalty o ba be develop mine na ne ye the friend joint venture ye nyina ye form company. Our Gold Board was shares, it 60%, 51%, 55%. Near the Sikaba, now so do the Aba, near the developer mine, near the two. And no, Nebeye, the first state miner. Ghana for be unu through the Gold Board. So that is why we are doing geological investigations. That was Bensre, the 40 kilometers square.
Okay.
And that is why we are doing
Bensre,
and Amansie area.
Amansie
region,
okay.
Yes. Now, over 20 mineralized areas. Minerals Commission, the Amaya, and kakra. Ye geological investigation. Ye de ya esika ebe bohoka. Na ye make commercial find now. You move to the development stage.
Okay.
So the mines may not be wholly owned, but it will be a partnership. But that ownership, will be there.
Yeah.
That is my answer on that. Yemi abana se no kind, we've heard about. You kind of say technologies are intimidated to go that ensure. In fact, the processing good are those technologies have come to us. Ebi use from ebi use gravity, but some fidie no so there are concerns about their effects on life.
Sure.
Even though these technologies are there, we study in a year before you can adopt it. We are aware of some of these technologies and we are studying. But you see, the technology and the method for mining and processing without developing the environment, Ghana had that. And Chair Cry about them who have a conference, we have a mining emotion summit.
Yeah.
And there was a small scale mining company called Typhoon, owned by Miami Nwebi or a lawyer. Would develop with this small scale miner. I'm friend green mine. And use mercury and use cyanide to process. And most of the licensed small scale miners now hard rock mining, almost our technologies like that. And that is why some of these mines are able to sell their gold to LBMA buyers or refine the gold in LBMA refineries.
Okay.
Into the end, say a blueprint. Now I had your brony friend of formalization. Now you're making sure that those who are operating irresponsibly without these methods and these technologies, you can do your mining, get more gold, better recovery, but very little or no negative impact
on the environment.
And that is what
final question here on Joy. Joy can say traceability and technology being a mobile use.
Well, as of financial loss, I mean, totally far-fetched. But I understand. I know that advice comes from a good place. And thank you very much for that. Good.
Yes.
In how they produce gold. And we call a traceability system for gold. Traceability system for gold. As a crana gold board, Eba Power, and a World Bank, so they bought PMMC.
Okay.
I'm a PMMC, develop traceability, but I meant to be
okay.
And I buy any free gold board buy. Into traceability, there, one lexicon that you hear in gold and mineral development across the world. Now, and no year Susudia, World Gold Council, LBMA, or measure ubia will trade gold as a mine and a private company. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a blockchain technology or any advanced technology. Oh, large scale mining companies never are. And then gold LBMA markets. It's because the gold is traceable.
Yes.
Newmont to gold. Not the Kwaman send Biasoko Obi and say good way if in Newmont, Kenya's site. So because omutu gold now, why on befast wa package gold no, a processing gold no into bars, a taggy gold no, baby a gold no be could drubia no, Obi and gold way a Newmont gold. And it might the same way no, ASMD no heading because of one way and a dorsal be. But then if you are barefoot, you know, nimdie aqua could drew no, a very possible say. So man we mu too good free wa. Na gold no ye the cut off for wa. The auto gold no a ye wadaka or the betum. Ye wadia or the bebuano a seal. Ye wo course bi wo mu a obe scan e be cloud mo. So the gold ni free no no koton ma nipa fofra. Nipa fofra no say ono so when ya be 50 boxes from different places ono so be scanning ni nyina no na ni gold no casting a bar or the guadaka fofro mu no the seal aba no.
Okay.
It is our gold no become gold board on sa. Now scan the final sealer. All the information about the gold from the 2 year the OD kind toma no your friend chains of custody is information ebeba. As information in bar na gold no if you amana papa mu ne ba ye mine papa mu ne ba ya yebetimi aton no.
Okay.
LBMA market. Okay. Enya eboa esomboa ebema o mine enya mfa so pa free gold mu. Enti mene ne ya adwen say enya de da form when it comes to small scale because you are dealing with a lot of mines. Yes. But we must get there and this is the starting point. And once we get the technology and we begin the onboarding, we will continue to update the
fantastic
about the
yeah, that's a lawyer Samijenfi Elembele Keke. There was a question for the commission. Say, is it then small scale miners need an abeje license from ho or more or munya reclamation no munimu mo ba muntimi go after them. Elembele Keke yentio.
Obi me da say na mebo mabaso on new team mejuma mo ye no ejuma papa na obi mining per se ankasa enye illegal ba ye womra kwan so a ye de mining inti semitie secretary for small scale miners association o say asofo ye bi ahemfo ye bi journalists ye bi lawyers ye bi
obobo wa mo journalist me pacho eno ye wo na wo de abam
politicians de ye nya bi inti obi na oba minerals commission ye de mra na ye adwuma mra ye de ye adwuma e wo mine mu no e at 703 obi kwan bia ye fa so ye mine wo o mine we mu no sa mra no na ye use a ye de ye mining inti so person ye small scale mining a oba minerals commission ye wo kwan ye be fa so a oba small scale mining obi person ye large scale mining a ye wo mrana ye be kire kwan ye be fa so oba small scale mining na ya na meti bebre say oh na small large scale mining no e ya brofo pe na ye oba Ghana for bebre wa ha omo ye large scale mining enye small scale mining pe
okay
inti no mrana ye de ye adwuma no yen yedimrani ye juma bebia eba in terms of prosecution and arresting this animal na enya minerals commission enya ye juma.
Okay.
Ye juma ne say oba e be tra okwan a obefa so a obeye mine no. Ne I recommend it to the minister. Na minister na use ne discretion.
At the amount.
At the amount list. Sa list ni at the amount no obi enye obef right. Me can be speech in me can ye enye obef right a privilege. Inti minister no the amount no obetumi asage list ne free himself because Oba Minerals Commission ye will chief inspector of mines why say police ni inti the paper ne mawo analyst ne mawo emra kwan so no wan fa nye adwuma chief inspector of mines be mu a obe punish no I recommend it to the minister.
Possible say obinya license no through more from the minister na okokoye adwuma munim baby a oye adwuma wo meboa
obi baby a obi aye adwuma wo Ghana has in terms of small scale and large scale Minerals Commission
munim
yenim
it is a nipa na anya reclamation am ya aware
obi yenim say nipa na anya reclamation but so anya reclamation na enya Minerals Commission na eche yenya prosecution into one of a reform side dey ban say any attorney general kasa say no betumi ama ye 2 mini bi na yankasa ye as Minerals Commission yankasa yan so betumi aye den aye prosecution because one of the things are high empa ye chi Nkrofo near the ama police na police the ama attorney general no my prosecution obi enye ye dwuma inti ye ne attorney general aka inti ye gusu a ye di anobaibaya so to me my sa to me na Minerals Commission will legal department inti ya legal department no se agi offense o ne ka se obi aha na wo ye adwuma na wo ye adwuma so a ye san so be bisa se wo operating lease ye mo mining lease na nya no pe e wo so san so gi bibi e friend no operating permit na be boa obi ama wetumi aye o mining no inti no san hihye we nyina ye ba na ministry ni so through President Mahama tikasi eda eso da yepa e kan se enye bibi e friend no cooperative mining. It is a cooperative mining no and ebeboa amaya responsible mining na Minerals Commission you block it out areas ye de be more mining no inti no semitie lawyer Sami Jemfio e me boss o ka say ye collaboration between Gold Board and the Minerals Commission inti omo approach yen and ye block it out areas more omo di sika hyemu a omo di ama geological survey authority a omo ye exploration. Na obi eno na edin e wo mining mu. Exploration no eno na edin na Minerals Commission through the minister nhihye foforo ye amend ye law no. Sisi a ye ma prospecting lease na first na ye 5 years ye de ma so be bibi o mfa anye bibi o na kita Nkrofo ebi o to me prospecting lease and mining lease na otwen sika kese bi afri baby na wa cash out. Sisi a new emrani e dey ba no ye more prospecting lease obi 2 years e was so be kire aban no odiare say we to me developing mine no and na say we to me nya resource estimate and na say we not the report aba so obi went to me and show sa ade na sa prospecting list na nya 5 years minister no betwem inti sa hihye ne ye say na ye betumi nya mine ho faso because enya mine a anka obi economy we egu so utie lawyer Sami Jemfi infaso ayenya wo mine mu utie sika aba mine mu wohwe se nene ye didwa sika ye save because first no nanka wo de 14 cedis to $1 1 cedi to
$1. Don't digress mame na say
obi ehun hia
ni pane do so me yemfa questions
because ye ka gold hu nsem obi ehun hia because ye ka gold hu nsem because the brain fin say gold ni eye no eye illegal ene ehun keka ho but enye legal eye emra kwan so ide fe ye fa so ide ye gold no it is oye no illegal means eno ne ede mra no punish Nkrofo ka so Minerals Commission ni aban no ye 3 year de nti obi obey wrong against Act 703 no Minerals Commission
Elembrekeke deputy CEO Minerals Commission ekwa this room yes
yemfa fa
nipa 4 bi amom nsa so yemfa omo quickly
obi yemfa nto yetiefo anim se ye de brain na eye adwuma enche wo se yetumi efri hanti tew ye de mawa na wapo amai mame fa
Medindi Adam Seidu. My question call small scale mining. My problem is o come area ho or move dollar power around the Bole area ho. Obi hu there say youth be bre ho they are not part of the small scale mining company.
What's the area that they say dollar power?
Dollar power. At the Banam Quantab, the Krupi, all that area. At the end, Gold Board, Bayer support young Crofona or Moho. Omoso Omunibeji. Thank you.
Thank you too.
Yeah, so my name is Shaibu Khadija, and my question is with regards to obtaining a gold board. As to, is there a way you can be able to obtain a gold through an installment or through a salary deduction? That's my question.
As an individual? Okay. Pacho.
Thank you very much. My name is Mohammed Rufai Isaka, but I would like to speak Hausa. Yes. Kaduba, yaran da ke aikin galamse, mostly yaran zango ne. To na son tambayi Sami Jamfi, the barrister. Yaran nan wani abu da ya a discouraging su bar yin galamsin na. Sannan riban da aka fadin na over 5 billion Ghana cedi. Yanzu wannan kudi ya kamata a doki at least yaran zangon mun na ya kamata a samu Canada ya helpin su da yawan su ya discouraging su barin zuwa suna aikin galamsin na. Thank you very much.
Why in the bit me actually mama yin?
Ni o kan etietia na gode. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Thank you.
Bansa na abeto asono. Yenu abeme se obechim kakra ma ye hu hia se ye beti ase na ansa na ya to aso. Also a question. Oh, make us also chi mama ye.
Into there.
Obi ya
ko. Ye benya obi amana.
Ye benya obi. Obetumi achi.
Me pacho nyena all can say or say yebano small scale mining na most of the youth now omo wo emuno omo ye zongo omo free zongo enti no bisa say kwan ben so na yebe fa so yebe discourage sa youth no ama omo free sa ni mu
jumadi ni mu. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Elvis Wise Fiado from UPSA, economic student. I would like to give this one to the CEO of the Good Board and the organizer of this dialogue. As an economic student, as someone looking at both economic driver and environmental realities of our resources, I am advocating for permanent low-costing youth network, connecting tertiary and pre-tertiary students to drive continuous grassroots environmental education across the country, rather than relying solely on periodic high-cost conference. I look forward for connecting on how we can do this operationally from UPSC.
Charlie, we're brutal.
Another one. Professor.
Hey. Now say Ufri school by UPSA. Hey. Wow.
Okay. As we know as economic students, we know God board is monopoly in the country, but monopoly outside the country, okay. But monopoly in the country.
Hey. Okay, proceed.
What role Gold Board is playing in enabling environmental compliance and ethical sourcing standard into gold purchasing protocol?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your.
Okay. All right.
Obi emfa mienu na fe.
Emfa NC.
Okay, but me din the Nana Otuda ko me adwuma akra FM. Patriotic journalist against Galamsey. So you demutente mine. Now the question is brief. Minim Sibia Minerals Commission ebebuame and now CEO of Gold Board. But I'm Brasia Council Sankan Haya
anka mepa se emmabu no ewo dem ha yebebo yem sen kese pa ama lawyer Semijemfi na ahobrase kwan so yebo yensem wa na yade ba ko pe wati emmabu no anim and if we are youth at least there is hope and you know we should be proud of such people. Lawyer Semijemfi, on behalf of the youth of Ghana, we say thank you. That is just on a lighter note. But more importantly, your research career as a patriotic journalist against Galamsey, you be who say, Sebi, Galamsey matter no, a survival matter. And as a country, you who say a beboa. Sebi, that is say, ubi one crying, not a radi achan epo. Ebia eponum anu didie nti obekọ eposo akoyinam.
Yes.
Ti yenuanom so won krase. Me I come from a typical Galamsey community Osino. Achem. Ebia Sante, ebia western part of Ghana. Sabi ono so hunu se na duane a otwedi amponde ma no no. E na hye asase nase. Nti so obi kopo na oyinam a etwa se ono so kọ na asase so no koyi kakra. Ahobrase kwan so yebehunu se Bibrinya ya nka Galamsey no mbejai but almost say documentation no aya emu wadodo sabi se opese ebia onya mining lease anase onya enkratasem eboa na dwuma no se ne be ya obeye proper mining na enka me akwa say it will take them almost forever to arrive enti yebisa say is it possible say as part of measures ye de beti Galamsey so no say bia yenim say within 1 month small scale miner and then your friend say bia say ubi a wotu asase so one family kwan so no ye Galamsey no ye betima fa kwantia no watime nya ne document abra aban ehwe the disciplinary measures but say it must take the person almost a year na enokura wo hu animu a nka me akwa say na Galamsey ko ayeden kakra
yeah that's it ekwa yemfa last one there was a painful
emre no esido sunti no dwumadie ye besi gina ye wo me wo se esi ponti se unipa kro o question no wantumi e bisa kwa ye live betudwa na o question bia watumi e de afa ho ma memfa minu abema ye obi na enyemfa insi
na yemfansi ye besra mumu amantimi ankasa no momfa nchen the conversation will still continue outside this room. Yes.
Pacho, yeah, Fremi Ibrahim Adaban Nati, me a mining consultant.
Okay.
But I'm saying, Minya Bermano or ya can't say about me like a crack. But CEOs never had mineral commission, any good board. Me chicha, we to my part. My apply for concession. Yeah, one crop for send a bear, I will be illegal mining. No my mining nankasa through mineral commission on Benya concession. Me amijina he 2012 me apply mineral commission moma me license manfa protocol biamu and am saka me license it is say me ko register business or register general utua ufa process na ye dey amaw 2020 I am apply for renewal. You were 2027. Me mind no so Wasau Western region. I'm for the diso. Mechi guho. Say ebane say bibi akoso wo ho. Ewo medimu na ade no ekoso.
Ekoso yeah.
Mineral commission also wo database was small scale for ni ne large scale for no. Say ye be hia wa ha. Technology about emails you betima send it and WhatsApp crana and text message crana you betima send ama small scale phone in here database no so no more betie because they say we see 52% of gold na eba no if it's small scale let's just say small scale no be papa bi wo ho a e was say yes illegal mining no so ya ka yenso a ye boa say ye preach say mo ye concession na no de be boa me leader hemfo ama oma apply for concession sebita frache yesi wo minister ho meme de yesi wo minister ho omo a medi onwani ma oma apply ne a yesi ebi wo mineral commission ebi wo minister ho nti ho no edu ho na empacho small scale
yes
executives pacho muntie we yie pa aha na sika no ye na risky business o obi ama ye sika obi a invest wa mineral commission crunch la wo say aha gold wa ha ko tu one na would ubeboka oye baby afa process no so ansa na usaka o license say me need to me krata me ntimi nkọ ho enko gina ho say hire me concession nti mu fia ana na mo ye no etia me.
That's fine.
Say me yes ade no so a e wo say me call police station police so a me be movie aba ho no enye sa keke e wo say at least utimi ye wo ya magic kakra magic so wa ye wa wasase no so sa wunya hwe say me try my wife we ja me sika no baby
kafra
into be dey
kafra
na me so me say mining na me say me consultant be bua amanfo ama o manya concession no so omudo omu fam akodu baby a license no emba ye dey
mate
ye ko ko ye galamse na say
yate Minerals Commission Deputy CEO ha inti ekwa yebeda ase ma memra esoro ha na question be a wote a opese wi ano no. I think there was a question say bias no so no ebede na mbe graduating into also owning mines. What dream so say we no na brief comment na yenhwe mfa dwumadi enmra awie.
Well, I think that it comes from a private arm. So as a chamber now, we can drive that private participation in the ecosystem. Yeah, I'm saying that approach comes from, I will tackle it from the private
private sector, okay.
Where the chamber will be an arm or otherwise a vessel to drive in that private participation within that ecosystem. So in our engagement, we are in the position to have access to capital of investors who can come in to support these buyers.
Okay.
So what then will happen is that again with the formalization, it's a whole concept that is introducing governance into their business and structure into their business. And for any institution or otherwise holder of capital to go into a venture, one of the key things he or she looks at is what? Structures, governance.
Yes.
So once this, entrenches, what then it means is that we are in the position to use the chamber as a conduit to drive capital to support, the small scale buyers. And that would, get them to, scale up from where they are to the next level, And then finally, once government is also created the conducive, atmosphere for such policies to go on, then these local owned companies can actually obtain those licenses to own those mines or businesses that you are talking about. Yeah.
Deputy CEO will speak last. So,
but before that, let me say this, and that will be my closing remarks. I think that generally there's been a certain narrative that is missing when it comes to the whole formalization conversation. And the ground conversation or narrative have always been the reserve capital, position that the activity is helping to, drive up.
Yes.
Now, with the formalization, we realize that one aspect of it, which is the licensing, which affects, our members, requires a licensee to go through process of obtaining a tax clearance, a SNIT clearance, a police report, etc., etc., etc. There's been a general conversation in this country whereby we keep saying that a lot of people are outside the tax net, and how do we get them inside that bracket? And I must say that the formalization program is doing so.
Okay.
So one, and this is a practical one that I'll cite, for every licensee, you are mandated or you are required to obtain a TCC. Now, in obtaining the TCC, it means that your information is now captured by what? The authority, which is GRA. Okay, so once you go in there and you have some arrears, automatically what do?
You have to pay.
You have to pay. And this is what? Revenue and income
to
the government, and which also means that your data has been captured in the tax, payer in that regard. Secondly, when you also look at SNIT, you are required to obtain a SNIT clearance certificate to enable you get a license. In fact, it is not the only thing. There's a criteria you have to pass through, but it's also one of the requirements. Now, again, with SNIT, once you go in there to obtain the clearance certificate, you must have identified or otherwise provided information of your employees you are working with. And these employees, their details will be captured by the
SNIT system.
On the SNIT, exactly. And what that means is that at the end of the day, you have to pay what? Your PAYE for them.
Yeah.
Okay. The broad benefit I see is that at the end of the day, your workers, when you look at these informal guys, your workers are now going to understand that before I just go for a wage with my boss and then I go. Baba be two, waton, menya 2 cities, meko. But this time, there's a conversation that is rising up that if there's a contribution by my employer to SNIT, it means that I am positioning myself for pension.
Sure.
There's a contribution that is being paid to you at the end of the period that you have to go on pension and you can have access to. So this is a structure that is akin to the formal sector.
Okay.
So if you work in, let's say, the banking sector, you see that these things becomes, a value to you. So these are values, economic values of the formalization program that we hardly talk about.
Okay.
But it is there. Okay. And I think that I would want to, put a spotlight on this conversation, on this narrative, so that in addition to the reserve capital,
that can also be
adequacy that we talk about.
Very well.
This is also an economic value to our state.
Well. Thank you. Secretary. What's me also?
Okay. Niamekan say me can say a juma and a small scale for a juma consumer and all that. We should draw the distinction. The license that you apply, insume can be a juma consume biano on cajon.
Only license.
Only license. Only juma consume. Ubi or a juma small scale. Ubi or forest be a small scale because your license doesn't cover that.
Yeah.
And obi oye juma will require only high tension and senior ammonia small scale miners. And until Seniana obi can
illegal miners.
Say Yamawa or coordinates our ye juma woman. Near Tosumi so Minerals Commission, Yenua or Bolly, Eka Bibi about Bolly enclave no dollar power. Some of the areas, large scale companies are covered the whole area. Yetumia Yama baby or what? Yetumia baby with the collaboration of Minerals Commission, enclave, ya papers, Akahua, ye moves are for no. Okay. But Ebin so called under the responsible cooperative issue. Minerals Commission, so you do my no, say so more baby. Offices amana ben first nay about 9 a court 10 say no you are about close to 16 and to some of the areas of most activities ne kono oma ben ama and omudi technology nso buy from MCAS who bear lines so go through the process e mamu prompt baby we do bia hu wangasa wo
members they are aware
no enti baby a problem ni what say decentralization na ye ka no my communication director, meeting minister, now see minister, it should happen in your office. Because if you are mining in Aba, only the minister
and the best
is the only person who can sign. And to sign license, say be a 500 grand a go, now be out sign for you know the in If you travel out to Tanzania and all those places now, they are decentralizing. And it's a Minerals Commission office or ball in area. They will issue it to you. The environmental issue near process near quite easy. And you be na but say a person due license there who compare before and now need there changes be about your MCAS so how to me follow so him send you follow you send you emails na there and then you to be on here formalization here very expensive say me new can typhoon for any na formalization we have a lot of miners especially those who are in the fully mechanized operation omutua tax omutua mu bibia kama but there is no incentive for you to be there. If so, when to your SNIT, down, Minerals Commission, they will make sure you follow the process. EPA for one or the other. Obi otini baby on your no bianco hano.
Okay.
So there's no incentive for you to do the right thing because what are you know? Even a ban a trim by a demand by the two bias or bia come concurrent reclamation, BBS or ye. And there's no that benefit.
Motivation to do the right thing.
To do the right thing. And formalization is a can. As a whole topic.
Okay.
Then we come out with some of the solutions. See, I the BBA friend medium scale labor. I buy any minister. I think Timo I see a Ghana for any other foreigners. Yeah, I said that. Obi awaye ni ejuma wa formalize wa go through the process. They say conscious say sa microphone na near migrating ma medium skill. Ni support from good board, ni support for abai. No wa ya unye ni yen won say say me yen na me tuatua taxes na dia dia. This is the benefit. Now get ni upgrade me ko. Enti no so be provide some sort of incentive a ebe boa na mo unye ni yen no so aye ni yen. Enti these are some of the things ya ebe tumi aboa. Bobi Obeka say he's against mining in general, he's against development.
Okay.
Because in our environment, you know, Bibi Obebi a higher tea, Bibi Adania, Abo, watch or mobile phone, car, tremina is about mining. Nina no say advancement of society, you know, is through exploitation, mining of our resources idea. But who yenso a negative effect. Yeah. Bibia adie bia ebe na just say unwana baby wo how to toa and share me. But what are the mitigating steps they are to place ebe boy? Enti ye mining no e the distraction be but she share wo na see nyina ye ye disu na enforce enti minerals commission ye o mafam de. Wunso ye mine no so afam de be na wo ye. Wo ti petema ye mine wunso de na wo ye. Wo ye politicians so awu mu no. Wunso de na wo de ye aboa. Okay. Ade na ye say aban na ye ne hwan.
Eno ane ya.
Enti wunso mu so. Precious.
Baba okay. Edimayentie mef for na fe Deputy CEO, are my final remarks now.
Right. Thank you. I believe if you look at the changing face of mining in Ghana over the last several years, it's encouraging because when I started my career, most of the mines were owned by foreigners. And then progressively, we got to the stage where Ghanaians were now contractors, subcontractors. And then we saw the backward integration. Subcontractors now owning mines. To the extent that today, we can boast of mines that are wholly owned by Ghanaians. That, to me, is progress. I mean, and then again, I think my colleague talked about the fact that every single host community is not against mining. In fact, I have had the privilege of working right from Mauritania all the way to Southern Africa. There's not a single host community that is against mining. I mean, in fact, mining is what has brought us together here. The very fact that we are here enjoying all these facilities is as a result of mining.
Sure.
So the benefits of mining is not in doubt. But, you know, because of illegality, we are all being painted with the same paintbrush. And I think that is a bit unfair. Because if you get to the large-scale mines and some of the model small-scale mines, the quality of the work being done is beyond imagination. There are some mines today that recycle water that is generated on site. They are not drawing water from some river body or the like of it. So I would say overall, mining clearly has demonstrated that there's a net benefit that accrues to the country if it is done properly. And then also, we are at a position where government has created Gold Board. I would say, I dare say that Gold Board is the trading arm of the government of Ghana, and us as MIF, we are the investment arm of the government of Ghana. And we work together in ensuring that Ghanaians benefit from these two institutions and what we do. Okay. So Obi, that will be my final
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Deputy CEO, final comments.
Obi, it is important to note that the Gold Board is a year-old institution.
Sure.
But charged with the onerous responsibility of transforming a sector that has been plagued with a lot of challenges over centuries. So the remarkable success we've chalked so far can only be as a result of the support we've enjoyed from our stakeholders. And we continue to be grateful for their support, from miners to licensed buyers to other stakeholders within the value chain, to refineries, to jewelry fabricators, and all others who continue to support us. All we can ask for at this critical transformative stage of our life as a company is for people to continue to understand our objective, to continue to understand why the Gold Board was set up, and the initiatives that we are rolling out to ensure that ultimately the Ghanaian people continue to enjoy the benefit of the natural resource God has endowed us with. And that is what we are committed to as Gold Board, under the distinguished leadership of our CEO, Mr. Samuel Gyamfi, to ensure that in a collaborative manner, we engage all stakeholders towards transforming the gold value chain, adding value to the gold that we mine and produce in Ghana, and ultimately deriving the maximum benefit, not only in foreign exchange earnings, but also creating jobs and other verticals that the gold value chain offers, from refining to jewelry fabrication to other services that are available within the gold value chain. Yeah. So for us, we can only continue to count on the support of everybody, including the media and other stakeholders that we continue to engage with on a daily basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Small scale miners, my membership here saying, what are you saying?
Nipa Jumandia is over 1 million, but more lines inside.
Companies, no?
Or more companies, there are about 1,380 companies in small.
That's 1,380, and say, Obia my 1,000 Ghana, Obia say very good money for the fund. Obia my 1,000 Ghana, Ebeboa Ghana Medical Trust.
Ebia ne bibe mamo ente. Ebia no bibe mamo.
Mun drive my consent for some way saying, Modos home, 1,000 CDs each will be going somewhere. All right. I'm also CSR, and your last scale mines, Kwana was saying CSR.
Yes, CSR.
And your Mufa Bimra fund. Why? Any Bresamo? And Mamon Kano Hakeo, a Beco Chata, the more in ever sign. Yadamwase, Momiamon Emma Omuna, and your mining company, company owner Biwa. CEO, entrepreneur, Benawa, men Casa first cover all the amounts, I'll present me acknowledge you. Entrepreneur, Benawa, who business not the same, free advert, who business not the same. Barbara Brenima, free advert, me no Pemrana, free advert. Count, tell, ya pon we na. Impenny for not na siache. O company near day.
English, right?
Yeah, yes, please speak English.
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Sylvia Fafali Oru.
Amplify.
My name is Sylvia Fafali Oru, and I'm a chemist. We are into the manufacturing of skincare products and cleaning agents. On the other hand, to be our trainers, we have a training hub called the Green Stem Africa Limited, where we build capacity of the youth, and we've been doing a lot of work with
him. Is that you're into what do you produce?
Skincare products and cleaning agents.
Okay. And your company is where? Where are you?
Wager.
What's the name of the company?
Favich Enterprise.
Favich
Enterprise.
Yes. Favich Enterprise.
Yes, our numbers 0208365929. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, my name is Theophilus Tepiru Otabi. I'm also into education, First Life Educational Complex. So apart from transforming lives and through education, we also want to imbibe in the younger ones environmental mentality. So more of keeping our environment clean and other stuff.
So you are the owner of the school?
Yes, please.
Oh, nice. Where is the school located?
So we are in the Bunu East region.
Oh, you're in Bunu East?
Yes.
You came all the way from Bunu East?
Yes, please. Kintampo.
Hey, Kintampo?
Yes, please.
Wow. Why are they? I'm Israel. All right. Yes. So, thank you everyone for coming. It's been an amazing national mining dialogue. This is the maiden edition. Hopefully, next year we would be gathered here for an even more impactful national dialogue. Thanks so much for coming, and especially to all our speakers, from His Royal Majesty King Teki Teiko Chu II, the Gamanche, who was chairperson for this occasion, the Chief of Staff to the President of the Republic, Dr. Julius Debra, and his representative, Shamima Muslim, the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Amakofi Bua, and all the agency heads under the ministry, the Minerals Commission, and all the agencies, the administrator of the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, Obobia Dako Opoku, fantastic job so far. He's doing some incredible job at the fund. Let's help her. The CEO of MIF sent her representative, Kwabena Banin. Thank you for coming. The Chamber of Gold Buyers, thank you for joining us. The small-scale miners, the concerned small-scale miners, and all stakeholders who made it here, thank you. To lawyer Sami Jemfi, the CEO of the Ghana Gold Board, thank you for coming. To Eric Ajay, CEO of the NEIP, thank you for coming. To Honorable Mrekuduka, to Francis Owusu-Achao, all the minority members who showed up, to the former Speaker of Parliament, we say a big thank you. And to to all our exhibitors, thank you for coming, from Gold Board Jewelry to Shamak to NEIP to Mahama Cares, and to all our other exhibitors, thank you all for coming.
Omni Bank,
Omni Bisek, Omni Bisek Bank.
And Copa Cocktail for so
fantastic.
Adaroma Kwabonte
And for students, then so Matna Hatayama, a comma demo, Monfan Mupia, Bibi Waha, Monina with the Becamano, Yame. Thank you so much. We are grateful to you. A round of applause for all of you. Thank you, and have a good evening. Yes, and we'll do a quick photo shoot. Same, Eric, Obobia, please.